T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Saw you in heaven. getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who want to steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where I start late, we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong.
So yeah, sorry about starting late, guys. I was actually up on time, no problem. I was just sitting there kind of like trying to figure out, first of all, I had to come up with a tragic song, a tragically hip song, for Sensor Content's birthday. And of course, I wasn't really sure if you meant specifically the band because I didn't really get that. That wasn't the takeaway that I had yesterday. So I had to come up with a tragically hip song. I can't think of a more tragically hip song than Tears in Heaven. It kind of feels a little bit like that this morning as well. Here we're on this heavenly path, and yet we've got tears of falling price. But it's not like I didn't tell you guys this wasn't going to happen. I literally told you guys watch for a 10% drop in price after the earnings call or thereabouts. And what did you get? You got nearly exactly a 10% drop in price, and then it actually came back up a little bit from that bottom of 10%. But man, I mean, closing price, or I guess SSR would actually it was more than 10% because SSR trips at 643, which would be the 10% mark, which is actually the on the AMC side here. That second, there's a big fat red line down here at the bottom. The reason that fat red line is there like it is because SSR and SPF for synthetic price failure kind of hit at the same point here. SSR is 643, a 21.5% failure in price from the last top was 642, and we dropped down to 639. So we were a little over 10% at one point in the aftermarket hours. So it was almost to a T exactly what it is that I said. Ken says now you have to stay an hour, a half hour longer. No, not doing it. Nice try though. But yeah, so this is it did textbook exactly what it was. I mean, I told you guys on Monday. I said you're going to get a pump up on Monday and Tuesday. You're going to get right after earnings report. You're going to get a pump down, and here it is. You end up getting the pump down at the end portion of the day Tuesday, and then you've got earnings call hits, and they drop the price 10%. It's textbook. You cannot. The price has no reflection on anything to do with anything happening outside of the control of institutional price movement. It is it. So whenever you guys come in here and you ask the questions about like why is price down or why is price up, it's all an illusion, guys. Stop watching the price as a movement, as an indicator that something is happening, because that is not what it is. Price does not move based off of what's happening. Price moves based off of completely other indicators. Completely different indicators, nothing having to do with a good earnings report. We weren't positive, but we're definitely improving still. AMC is doing wonderful. Year over year, we're looking great, and there's a very, very good chance that going into Q1 earnings report of this year, we're probably going to start seeing AMC more than likely, I'm guessing, being in the black. And so I think Blarkey says we beat by 33%. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, right? I mean, this price movement is nothing to do, absolutely zero to do with how the company's actually doing. And that's the craziest part, right? Like, I mean, you can watch this and you go like, wait, what? It makes no sense whatsoever. And yet it does make sense because we can actually figure out exactly where they're going to be taking price to. And it happens on a daily basis all the time. And it's just simply trying to get us to have a reaction. Nosa says their play is a psychological warfare. Absolutely. It always has been, Nosa. That's always what it's been about. It's about how does the market make money? And the market makes money by doing exactly the opposite of what you think should happen. And that's how they make money. And so now you've got probably like a crap ton of people. I saw a Wall Street Bets post. I wish I would have saved it, but I saw a Wall Street Bets post where a guy went all in on calls on AMC, like over $30,000 on Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday, but he went $30,000 into call options. That's not going to be doing very well for him right now. I don't know. Hopefully he got out before this. But this is how a market makes money. They make money off of people being, I guess we should just call it the low hanging fruit, right? When you don't use your head to figure out what's going to happen in this marketplace and why they're doing what it is that they're doing with price, and you don't realize where the money flow is going, whose pockets it's going into, and you make bad decisions because of that, you end up losing. So this is why you don't play the game. The only way you beat a grandmaster champion in chess is by not playing. You can't lose. You can't lose if you don't play. The only way you lose is if you play. Now, there's of course people out there who are sitting there going like, I make money in call options all the time on AMC, and I go like, great, that's awesome. Keep it up. Keep doing you. But for the majority of us, people out there who are trading in options are losing money. I'm telling you right now, price wouldn't be doing what it's been doing over the last year if it wasn't making money on it. So let's take a look at our numbers, see what we got going on for the day today here. Yes, Big Red Apple, that is correct. Let's see here. Apex says, "Yay, numbers." I know, right? Enough of my soapbox. I zoomed in on AMC's price. Let me zoom in on Ape's price real quick here, and then I'm gonna log into my broker and give you guys the lowdown. I'm gonna zoom in on these just a tad. So I feel like giving points out to the first person that can guess why specifically a 10% drop in price. Anybody for a point for the day? Like anybody feel like getting a point? Why 10%? What's the deal with SSR? Why would they want to hit SSR? But why though? Why specifically? I mean, SSR is the obvious part, right? But why specifically do they need to hit SSR? Create liquidity is correct. Belarkey for a point. They have to create liquidity. We had 2 days worth of massive amounts of volume, right? How do you and they have to control that somehow? How do you do that? You just print shares. You create liquidity. You trip SSR and you say, oh, look, we got nothing we can do other than to create fake positions to control what's going on here. So we had 122 million shares traded on Monday and Tuesday, 111 million shares. Yeah, they're creating liquidity. Blake for a point. That's it. So why? So the question now becomes is are they going to try and stick the price here, or are they going to allow price to run back up, right? Because we know that max pain is $7. Well, at least it was yesterday, anyways. So if max pain was $7 yesterday and we're down at 656 here, are they going to try and run this down to under $6 to try and get a lot of those put options in the money and then allow price to rise back up before the end of the week? I don't know. We'll see. You can already see they tested the 21.5% failure point and it held resistance, which is at 642. So, or I should say held resistance, held support. So I don't know. I mean, they'll probably retest that 642 again, and if they still continue to find resistance on that two or three times, they may not break through there. But if they do break past 642, you can probably bet your bet in bottom dollar they're going to run this price down to just under $6, maybe like 548, 552, somewhere right around there. Close out as many positions as they can at a $6 price, and then the price will start moving back up again. So just another day, just another day. That's actually a pretty good Phil Collins song. That's another day in paradise. Actually, that's actually a tragically hip song too. That was actually Another Day in Paradise was the very first song when I was younger that really kind of latched me onto Phil Collins. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I'm going to log into my broker here real quick. Two-factor authentication, you may want to get it if you don't have it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you set that up, be sure to, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code, put that in case something happens to your primary. I'm also asking people not to add control numbers to your pictures for your voting. I'm proud of you for voting. I really am. That's all I ask of you guys. I don't care whether you're voting yes. I mean, I do care whether you're voting yes or no, but or even abstaining. But I don't. I don't want to influence what it is that you guys are going to vote. And so therefore, I'm just saying, please vote. Be proud of your votes. post your pictures if you want to. I don't care about that part. But don't put in your dang control number. It could allow somebody to actually get access to your votes and change them. So that's not a good idea. Also, I'm asking people to take pictures or video of your portfolio once a day, and save that into a folder someplace for your record keeping in case something happens with your broker and you need to show proof of ownership. And also, or on top of that, I would say that if you have a kind of a less active portfolio, you could probably get away with it just doing it once a week. But do it for your own safety. And I'm still trying to log in. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen and we'll take a look at numbers here real quick. I'm kind of running behind because I started out late. Let's see what we got going on. As far as price prediction tally points for yesterday, Ape. Hold on a second here. I was predicting 207 or 205. I mean, for Ape and 7. Originally, I predicted 725, but I wanted my total value for my price prediction to equal 950, so I raised it to 745. But we closed at 714, which is about 11 cents lower than my original prediction, and 207, which is 2 cents higher than my on Ape. But 207 and 714 combined equals 921. All of us get price prediction tally points. I had 8 to 11. Eric had 860 to 1160. Apex had 846 to 1146, and Einstein had 822 to 1122. So all of us get price prediction tally points going into Hump Day. Let me add their points in here real quick. And I do not have my glasses cleaned. I just realized as I'm sitting here like trying to read things, they look just a little fuzzy. Give me 1 second. I gotta clean these glasses real quick and put them on. Everything's running behind now. I'm running behind. Everything's running behind. If I'm running behind, everything's running behind. Let's clean the glasses. Max pain. Let's start with short exempt volume. I'm gonna move on to short exempt volume while I'm doing this here. So short exempt volume on AMC was 956.5 thousand shares. That is dang near a million shares. If they trip SSR for the day today, you can almost guarantee that they're going to probably hit dang near a million shares again in short exempt volume. These numbers are really going to start to add up and turn into massive failure to delivers in the future. This process of repeated stacking failure to delivers is really what ultimately does us the job in raising price. Like our influence in raising price is the holding, and our holding of our positions and seeing shares unavailable to be used in the marketplace is what causes short exempt volume to get higher and higher and higher because there's less liquidity. So that's the key to all of this. And so when you see these these numbers like this on short exempt volume, it's a great thing. Really, really good thing. So let's take a look here at Ape. What was Ape at? Ape. 346.6. Day-over-day price was a decrease of negative 6.18 on AMC. Get rid of that 1 out of 3. And Ape was, let's see, Ape closed down, oh no, up rather, 0.98. Utilization. Utilization on AMC is being reported at 100%. Let me just verify the day real quick here. It should be, since I'm kind of late on numbers, should be accurate. I'm seeing the 28th was correct. And on Ape, it was 84.31. So it's up. Max Payne. I'm really not expecting Max Payne to be anything different than $7. I still think it's going to be 7. 7 it is. Off exchange data. By the end of every day, I expect to see about 64% combined between off exchange and CBOE EDGX combined. Yesterday, on ending the day on AMC, it was 58.18 through the off exchanges and 10.49 through EDGX for a grand total 68.67%, or 4.67% higher than usual, a standard number. CHX volume was 0.89% of the total daily volume, but don't forget we had 111 million shares we traded in volume. Even though the 30-day average is 1.69% of the total daily volume going through that exchange, it equated to over a million shares, 1.008 million shares going through that exchange. That is extremely high, and I'm always excited when I see that over a million. It means that they're still having to deliver on shares here right now, which is a good thing. Because it's been such an extended period of time, as we've seen through the short exam or the I'm losing it, on the threshold list. And by the way, we still are on the threshold list. Taking a look at Ape. Final numbers for the day yesterday, 47.69 through off exchanges. EDGX was 8.42. The combined total is 56.11. So like, let's see, what is that? 8.9% lower than it should have been by the end of the day. CHX volume was 0.04% of the total daily volume. That was lower than the 30-day average of 0.07. GME had CHX, in regards to CHX volume, was 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.38, so it was low. And HYMC had zero shares going through CHX, so nothing's really happened on CHX over there, and I wouldn't really expect it to. There's more than enough liquidity over there to be opening and closing positions. Taking a look at institutional ownership. 133.847 million shares owned by institutions as of yesterday. Today it is 133.848, a 1,000 share increase. Options. Hope you guys are looking at those numbers, those last hour numbers there on the page, and watch how much they change by here. Our highest amount of short interest before, as of yesterday. I said short interest. I'm sorry. Our highest amount of call options yesterday was at a $10 strike. Let's see what it is today. Puts was at a $6 strike. Close runner up is $8 calls for call options, but 10 is still the winner. It went from let's see here, 10 yesterday had 29.2 thousand contracts. Today it has 36.5 thousand contracts, which means those positions are probably pretty upset right now with seeing what happened to price. On a $6 call option for puts, sorry, I said call, for puts at a $6 strike, was the most volume yesterday. There was 33.6 thousand contracts. There's now 39.1. Those particular options are probably faring very well. They're going like, yeah, I got that right. So somebody over there is doing well. So market's kind of indicating a closing price somewhere between $6 and $10 before the end of the week is over. And we're halfway there. So it's good that it's not showing signs of weakness below $6. So it kind of gives you an idea of where bottom might be. And let's see. Let me give you guys a little bit of music as I put you back on the other page here, move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Out of all the songs that I got, 3 different songs I play for you guys as I'm moving stuff around. I like this. I think I like this one the most. Kind of been like trying to decide which one's my favorite. I actually like all three. They're all pretty good. All right, taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape. Struggling to hold that 950 here. When we fell, and with this drop in price, we've actually seen it drop now below 878 as well. You can see there's a little bit of a stopping point there yesterday when in after market hours, but we did fall below both levels of rising support here at this one right here, and then this one as well. So not good. That's not a good thing at all. Hopefully we can find some support right around 837 as there's a Fibonacci retracement there. But again, the key trick here is going to be staying above 878 and 950 combined prices of AMC and Ape. My hope is that before the day is over, we can get back above this rising level of support right here. I think that is possible. I know it sounds unachievable, and it probably, or at least it appears to be unachievable. But I'm pretty sure that when they trip SSR today, you're going to see price start rising back up again. On Ortex, short share interest of the free float is now at 25.92%. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like here. Zooming in on our utilization, there's day number 32 of 100% utilization. On loan amount increasing day over day. Let me erase my numbers. On loan amount increased from 197.09 to 198.45 million shares. That is a new record for me. That is an increase of... I'm just going to do the math. I'm too tired right now to be doing it in my head. 197.09. So we had an increase of 1.36 million shares. Day over day. Ortex is estimating it's usually 1/3 of that, so we're probably looking at like probably about like 450,000 shares. So they are estimating an increase in short share interest of the free float from 25.83 to 25.92, so 0.09% increase on short interest, which is going to equate to 465,000 shares. We're close to 450. 465,000 new shares of short interest day over day. This is an estimate. Let's see here. On loan average age per day when you take on 1.36 million new shares and you've got 198 million shares out there, it's still going to be rising. Oh, it didn't. It didn't rise. It dipped this time. Okay. So what this tells me, guys, is that they did return shares yesterday, but not any shares that they did return would have been probably older shares. So they did close out some older positions here because we had a drop, and I'll show you why here. If we take a look at I'm going to show the advanced and get rid of the rest of the lines here so you can see what it is I'm talking about here. This is where you're going to see that the returned shares. Let's see. On loan returned, there was a jump up in the amount returned yesterday to about in the tune of 4.54 million shares loans returned. There happen to be more loan shares for the if you look at the new shares on loan, it was more, right? Which is why we had the 1.36 million increase. We had 6.12 million shares having been loaned. But the returned shares that they did return would have been older in age because we're seeing an on loan average age per day dipping. So that's the only reason. That's the only way that you would know that's what happened is that some of the returned shares that they had yesterday would have been older positions because we saw yesterday we had like 3 million shares and the value went up. So that's kind of a sign that some older positions were getting closed out. Security lending volume day over day on AMC driving up slightly from 10.24 million to 10.66 million. On Ape, 5.91% short share interest of the free float, utilization at 84.31%, which is a slight increase from day over day. $83.21 to 84.31, about 0.1% increase. On loan amount changing in the positive direction from 25.34 to 27.95. So we're looking at 2.61 million shares. 2.61 million more shares on loan, putting our on loan amount at 27.95 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 5.75 to 5.91. On loan average age per day decreasing from 35.2 down to 32.8, and security lending volume increasing day over day from 861,000 shares to 2.92 million shares traded. Or borrowed, I should say. Well, that's not borrowed. It's volume. It's total amount of volume that occurred, both returned and borrowed. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm going to be looking for here. Likely this is going to be showing me just the last 4 minutes of data for the day, and that is the case. AMC came in second with those last minute closed positions. With a 53.66% buy to 46.34% sell ratio. Way better. The last 4 minutes of trades that went through were way better looking than the rest of the day. Let's see if Ape and GME made this list here. Nope. Trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $6.43. Ape triggers at 1.863. Shares available to borrow, 650. Looks like they returned most of the shares that they had from before that they've been closing out on AMC. They returned a lot of them and have reborrowed those shares. Let's see here. 750,000 shares having been borrowed. Let me write that down. Oh, and out of the ETFs, they borrowed another almost 50,000 shares. So I'm going to put 800,000 shares borrowed. Yesterday was about 950,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 186.9%. Calls versus puts. Let's see if these numbers are looking a little more accurate. These numbers don't look quite right to me, but I'm going to read them off to you anyways. 138.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 55.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 150.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 30.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Next week, you can already see there's like tons of call and put positions that are over 100K already in contracts out of the money. So far this morning, the markets are looking like a positive open, anywhere from 0.2 to 0.35%. VIX is showing down, what, 0.36. Those don't really jive all that much here. VIX should be down a little bit more than that if that were the case. So we may actually have a red day on the market ahead of us. Which makes sense. Most of the markets, international markets were up. Hang Seng was up 4.21%. Shenzhen up 1.11. A lot of them were up. A lot of the Asian markets were up over a percent. European markets were up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.8. Ethereum Classic is showing up right now 2.45%. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing down 0.68%, taking a big plunge here. That's actually indicating an upwards move on the market here. So if you're excited about SPF, or not SPF, if you're excited about the SPY or SPY, or the markets in general improving in value, then it's looking like it's going to head that direction, at least based off of what the U.S. dollar is doing. Let's see here. In the pre-market, SPY is up 0.25. It did gap up a little bit here. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening here. This is a pretty big jump down on the U.S. dollar. In the pre-market, Tesla is up 0.38%, Amazon is up 0.25%, Cinemark is down 3.01%, Doge is up 1.46%, Bitcoin is up 2.57 at 23.7 a coin, GME is down 0.3%, HYMC is up 0.28, Hood is down 0.4, CS is down 1.25, Ape is down 2.9, and AMC is down 7.98. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had approximately, let's see here, $8.6 million more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, we've got about, we've had our pokey stick of volume already on AMC. Let me cruise on here and take a look at it. Let's see, pokey stick of volume was approximately 132,000 shares. We're at 296 now, so we were probably trading like 160 or thereabouts before the pokey stick. Let's see, 250, 50. I'm going to go 50, 70 on volume prediction for the day today. 50 to 70 million. Yesterday I said 80 to 100, and we had 111. Wasn't that far off, and I don't mind being low. So on Ape, though, I did get that one right. I said 25 to 45, and we had 38.7. Let's take a look at that. Oh, wait, time intervals. On a 4-hour time interval on AMC, we have more buying. Hold on a second here. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.75, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.46, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.22, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.67, which is just slightly above average. On Ape, 62.83 thousand shares traded so far. Pretty low volume. Yesterday there was there's only about $10,000 more outflow than inflow. That 62,000 shares that have been traded is really low volume. The pokey stick of volume in here. Oh, I'm on the 5-minute, that's why. Pokey stick of volume came in at 34,000 shares, so it was almost split even between pre-market volume and pokey stick of volume. I think Arthur was asking a question about, like, are you sure it's not just yesterday's volume that's carrying over? I think this is a really good example, like, especially when you see volume kind of falling off day over day. You would think that you would see additional higher amounts of volume kind of predicting the day if it was carryover volume that was occurring, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see, today this volume is way, way, way lower than it was yesterday. There's no way, like yesterday I predicted 25 to 45 million shares traded. Today there's no way I can predict anything higher than 10 to 30 million. In fact, even 10 might be a little more than I would predict on pre-market volume like this. So 10 to 30 million shares tops on Ape. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.04, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we got a little bunch of whipsaw kind of going on here ever since 11:30 on the 28th. Market not really sure which way it wants to take this price here, but there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure in our RSI of 47.54, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.91, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more, again, more whipsaw kind of going on here, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.4, which is above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto Cloud on the 1-hour time interval for Ape. Let's see what we got going on here. Lagging line is on price line. Conversion is above base in the aftermarket hours as of today, and we have a thinning portion of the cloud occurring today. There's a very strong chance that we see price try to break above the cloud today. So I'm expecting some positive movement for Ape before the end of the day is out. I know we're looking at 2.02 right now. The top of the cloud is showing buying pressure coming in at $2.15. So we may see some buying pressure kicking in at 215. Let's see how the 4-hour chart corresponds to that indication of buying pressure. Yep, we got a thinning portion of red cloud coming up in the future days here. The tops of our red clouds are currently at 269 or 270-ish. And it's going to be stepping its way down here. So seeing that price run up to 214 range still gives us plenty of room because the bottom side of the cloud's not till 234. So there could be a price run somewhere between 215 and 234 before the day is out and end of day is out, and potentially setting us up for a breakthrough on the cloud either tomorrow or the next day. It could even be a few days after that, but I mean the setup is there. So we may see a little upwards momentum pressure today. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. Nothing showing a buying signal as of yet on a 4-hour chart, but you don't have to have that show up right away. It can show up later. It could be like a longer term outlook on price movement. So what's my secondary big push point? 270. I don't think we're going to hit that. I think, quite honestly, we'll be somewhere between 215 and the bottom side of this cloud for the day today, which is going to be somewhere around 234. So for price predictions for me, I would probably say that, just kind of split the difference between 215 and 234. So we're looking at like 222 maybe for a closing price by the end of the day today. 222 on AMC on a 1-hour time interval. Price did break down through the cloud on a 1-hour. We've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. This doesn't look good, but it is going to be forming a red cloud for the futures, meaning price could start rising back up starting as early as the end of trading day tomorrow. So look for sideways trading or maybe even slightly up after I guarantee you guys we're going to be tripping SSR. I mean, there's no way they drop price by as much as they did and not at least try to trip it. So I'm counting on it. We're at $6.66 right now, but I can almost guarantee you they're going to go for that tripping of SSR, which is at what is it at? It's at 643. So we'll see a big hard push for that. But based on the way this cloud is set up right now, I'm not expecting. I was mentioning I wouldn't be surprised if they try to knock it below 6 to try and get some of those puts in the money. But based off of what I'm seeing right here on this 1-hour chart, probably not the case. We're going to see probably a bounce off of that 643 and then a potential start and rise of price going into tomorrow. So let me see here. Buy signal for the day today on a 1-hour chart. First off, you'd have to get the lagging line above price line, which would be 853. So not really seeing that as a possibility, but I'm just telling you what I'm saying. So no big buy signal until 853. On a 4-hour chart here, we do have price does usually like to kind of pull down through green clouds. Doesn't mean it can't move back through the backside of a green cloud in the future here, but we have lagging line above price line, conversion above base. But when price falls below base on a strong signal like this does become a pretty hefty sell signal right in here, especially when you get this price. And this is why you saw aftermarket selling off of price probably going on. There was probably a lot of selling going on throughout the day yesterday. So to continue to see buying pressure at some point based off of this chart, you would have to see price above. You got to keep the conversion above base, which is 722. So ideally, we need to see above 722 before the day's over. Or there might be a continuation of downwards momentum or sideways trading, one of the two. So the 4-hour chart and the 1-hour chart are not in agreement entirely. The 4-hour chart's kind of suggesting that there's going to be some either sustained price levels or push down to somewhere around the 559, 560 range. I'm thinking that we're probably going to be pushing for a backside push down through the cloud. We'll see. I think that's it. Let me plug in 639 because we did have a synthetic price failure. Which I need to log. That's 639 is down from our high of 819. Let me just verify 819 was the correct number here. No, it was 853. My bad. Not keeping up on my numbers. 639 is down. Does that change my synthetic price failures? Hold on a second here. Oh, it does. Let me move my synthetic price failures around. I do not have them set on the right numbers. $686. $682. And $669. All right, and then that means I have to put in the 15% up from 639, which is going to be 734. Where's Mother Blue Line? There she is. There we go. So 734 is going to be the number that we got to do a clean break of in order to see a reset of synthetic price failures. Let's see here, and but SSR is a little bit lower than the values right now at 643, but that is what we tested off of, was that SSR tripping point. We are getting some good volume here. It's looking pretty nice. All right, taking you guys back to the other page. Let me make sure I've got Ape set up correctly. Okay. Do note that on AMC we're kind of crawling up that Bollinger Band pretty heftily, which usually means that price will return back to simple moving average, which is going to be that red line there. And let's see, I guess that's it. Let me see what you guys are writing. Andrew, it's not really crime. It's just that they were closing out a lot of short interest. We've been seeing a lot of closing of short interest over the last week and a half, and that's where those shares are coming from. I'm just gonna go ahead and just do this. I know where that person's coming from. Yeah, Bigley Shoes says Bollinger Bands look hot. They do. Very, very, very. Nelly says there's a gap that needs to be filled around the 555 to 560 area that we left open last week on Tuesday. I don't think we have to see. I've always had a problem. I mean, gap fill. There is something to it. I don't want to discredit gap filling because I mean it's very obvious that it's a thing, but I don't think that all gaps have to be filled. I didn't come up with a price prediction on AMC. I'm a little more. I would lean towards. I mean, max pain is $7. My guess is that we'll probably see price close. Actually, probably pretty close to where we're at right now, around 679. That would be my guess by the end of the day today. I'm gonna go 675. Just being wild and crazy here. 675. 7. 897 is going to be the value that I'm going to be targeting, which is pretty dang close to $9. So 750 to 1050 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. I could do 697. 697 to 997 is going to be my price prediction. 697 to 997. Targeting 897. Wait, is that right? That's not right. Something's not right with that. Those numbers don't make sense. That I did not do math right there. This is why you use calculators, kids. 747 to 1047 is my price prediction. Sorry. 747. Man, why do I keep doing that? 747 to 1047. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 880. Let me just make sure that sounds right to me. Yeah, that's good. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not even a bother. If it's pretty obvious about what a person's intentions are when they come in here, and I'm just not even gonna give them the time of day. I'm gonna remove. Jim says, why did over 1 million shares suddenly become available to borrow? Where did they come from? Say, Jim, I always say no question's a dumb question unless you ask the question over and over and over again, and you keep asking this question over and over and over again. The same place they come from every other day. When they close out short interest, the shares become available to reborrow. Every single day there's short interest being closed out. When you have 4 point something million shares closed out in a single day, and you ask why 1 million shares suddenly become available to borrow, it's because they closed 4 point something million shares yesterday in short interest. Well, not all of it was short interest. They returned shares, right? And it doesn't matter what kind of shares they are. They could be short interest. They don't have to be. They could be any kind of borrowed shares. And for whatever reason, they may be borrowing their shares for. So every single day, there's going to be more available shares to reborrow when they return shares. That's how it works. Yeah, my price prediction was 747 to 1047. Ice Cream is saying what's going to happen to the additional amount of shares that are out there in Ape in contrast to the 1-to-1. So you don't look at it as a 1-to-1 ratio of what the shares need to convert to. In other words, you don't have to have a 1-to-1 match. But what's going to end up happening, though, Ice Cream, is it will kind of act like dilution. And actually, Adam Aaron actually talked about this yesterday. those shares will act like dilution if the value of Ape shares is lower than AMC's value, meaning you have your market cap, right? A market cap is a great way to look at it. If your market cap is lower and you are introducing more shares into the total outstanding shares of a stock, then it's going to drive the price lower. So that's what's going to happen is that instead of getting, like let's say it was to happen right this very second, right? AMC is sitting at $6.88. You would think that the value after a 10 to 1 reverse split would be $60 or $68.70. But because you would be introducing additional shares into the marketplace at a lower value, you end up having a lower price than the $68, $68.70. So that's essentially that's something that you have to consider in all of this. Brian, I'm kind of looking at like 675 for AMC and 222 for Ape for a grand total of like 897 ish. It's really difficult, Novocaine. I know it. I'll tell you what. If we have an opening for a spot and you want to start doing price predictions, you're more than welcome to do it. But believe it or not, we still have people who miss even with a $3 window. It's not as easy as you would think, and so um, it's not easy, and that's why we have a tiebreaker split on Fridays, right? So the Friday's prediction basically separates the uh, the the basically the whole rest of the week. Whoever gets the closest average price then wins. But I'll guarantee if we lowered it down to $2, we'd be missing like all the time. It's really really difficult. Not immediately, Jim. No. And again, this is the same thing you keep asking over and over and over, and I keep telling you the same answer. No, they don't immediately cover, or the price doesn't immediately move up when they do cover. And it's not called covering; it's called closing. When they close a position, the price doesn't immediately move up. Over time, it may, but it's not going to happen immediately. If it was that simple, Jim, everybody would just trade based off of watching people close positions. But the idea is the premise behind closing of positions would be, and the answer to your question is yes, the price should move up eventually when you see closing of positions. Covering, the difference between covering and closing is covering implies that somebody's being forced to do it. Closing means that it's intentional. Yes, that's correct, Blarkey. Is AMC a candidate for takeover offer, and how would that affect squeeze? Excuse me. No, that's not a dumb question, Beacon. It's really not. So if you look at the charter, rules that are set up for most companies, they have anti-takeover dilution capabilities. One of those, for example, I guess in AMC's case, is that they don't have currently, but they had 50 million shares in preferred Series A preferred equity stock. Those come at a ratio of 100 to 1 of common stock, and so that they can usually use to counter any kind of potential takeovers. So I do not believe that AMC is a candidate for hostile takeover at all. There's not really I don't see any potential for that. Yeah, thank you, Novocaine. I've actually had it recommended before. You're not the first to say like, hey, you guys should decrease uh, the spread on which you're making your guesses on. Belarke says, bro, they did that on purpose. Dead takeaway price is going to rip before. Are you talking about in closing of short interest? Because that usually is the case. Is it? I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Is it Fury? Is it Fury Limousine LLC? Or am I saying that wrong? Is it not Fury? Is it Furay? Fur? I'm not sure how to say that. I want to say it's Fury, but just spelled weird. Instead of Furry. It's how would you say Furye? The E is silent, so furry. Fury. Wait, if the E is silent, it's furry. No, wait. Yeah, Fury. That's gotta be Fury. Okay, I got it. I had to wait. I had to wait the painstaking 25 seconds for me to find out I got it right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Fury. It's not your problem. It's my problem. I have really lame internet here. But yeah, apes no scared. I agree. I mean, if you've been around for this for 2 years, like most of us have, I don't want to say all of us, but most of us, you know what's going on here, and it's not. This is nothing unusual. This is all very, very normal stuff. Is Ape still such a bargain because retail still thinks there is an AMC only squeeze before the vote? Is Ape still such a bargain because retail still thinks there's an AMC? I gotta say that one more time silently in my head, Raleigh. Is Ape Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It took a minute to sink in. I'm gonna say no. I really think that the market is trying to force people into I don't want to say force. Force is the wrong word. They're really trying to entice people to art to I don't know what to call that, to commit arbitrage. Commit? I don't know what the right word is. To basically basically sell AMC shares and buy Ape shares with AMC shares. They need AMC shares really, really bad. We know they do because they've been on the threshold list for such a long time, and I think they're trying to entice people into keeping the pressure off of AMC and putting allowing there to be more pressure on Ape through keeping the price lower. There's more room. There's more wiggle room on Ape than there is AMC, and so I think they're trying to entice retail to stay away from AMC. That's essentially what it is. I mean, if you think about it, if you if you had if you had a business and you had customers who had high demand for a product that you didn't have in stock, but you were advertising that you had it, and you were going to sell it, no matter what, you're going to sell it, but you're because you're advertising it, and you want the sales. You just know that there's a backlog on inventory. You're not going to get the inventory right away, so your orders are going to be late. What would you do if you had a product that was similar in nature, but maybe it's cheaper? Or could you make it cheaper to make it more enticing so that people would buy that one instead, keeping the or limiting the amount of exposure that you're having on the maybe it's the better product, or maybe it's actually it's really technically the same product. And they get the same job done. It's just that maybe one's a name brand and the other's not. That's the only really big difference. And so that's essentially what's happening, right? Like they don't have the ability to be able to deliver on something that they have that advertising for sale. Beacon says, I became interested in AMC when it was reported there was a huge number of tokenized AMC stock on FTX Ledger. Do you have an understanding of the effect crypto has on meme stocks and naked shorts? I think I have a good enough understanding to know that I don't want to talk about it. It is it's a very sensitive subject. It's very, very, very sensitive. Uh, I want to tell you, I guess what I'm going to say to you, Beacon, is this. This is the most I can possibly say. Retail is part of tokenized positions through cryptocurrencies. It would be very, very disingenuous of me to say that I'm for retail winning and then talk crap about retail. If you understand what I'm saying, that's probably the furthest that I can go on that. I don't want to talk about it any further. And I want to see retail win. I really want to see retail. Doesn't matter. I don't care what it is that you're invested in. I want to see you win. I hope the best for us. The more successful we are in our trades in this marketplace, the ultimately the more we win. So I want to see that. Shaw AFB is my local base. My grandfather hitchhiked there, lied about his age to fly B-29s in World War II. My grandfather, I don't remember what war it was that he was in, but uh, my grandpa lied about his age, apparently. I think my mom told me he was 16. Lied about his age, got into the Navy, and to fight as well. It was probably World War II. I just don't remember. But yeah, he lied about his age. 2 years younger than he should have been. Got into the Navy and to serve. Tech We Love says Creed 3 is releasing in a good deal of AMC theaters today. Full release happens on Thursday and Friday this week. Boxing movie that looks really good. Z Wade says so AMC is Oreo and Ape is Twist and Shouts. And there's a Wally. No, it's more like Hun, what's your favorite Oreo flavor? Regular? What's your least favorite? She doesn't like the plain vanilla. Okay. So it's like they're being shortage on regular Oreos, and so they lower the price. Or I mean, they don't lower the price on vanilla. They have plenty of vanilla Oreos to plain vanilla um, to sell, and they lower the price on plain vanilla because they know they can get them off the shelves easier that way. I'm actually the opposite of her. I like the plain vanilla, or like regular Oreos. I can't do them unless I have milk. It's the only way I can eat them. I'll take your vanillas, hun. Brazil, good morning to you. Oh, it's the movie for the day today is Cool Runnings. Believe it or not. Oh, and I might as well put a poll up here for the other two. You guys, today is the day where you get to decide which one of these two movies is going to be the odd man out who does not get picked. So it's either going to be Oh brother, where art thou? Or it's going to be rounders for tomorrow. You guys have a 50-50 choice. There's only 2 choices left here, and then on Friday we're gonna pick new movie choices. Weekend Warrior. Um, how we allow mainstream media fraud reporting numbers on AMC earnings. Well, I mean, we see it all the time. I don't know that we can control it. I've got price prediction for the day at 675 for AMC and 222 for Ape. That's what I'm going for. So combined of 897. I I like them. Oh, you said the lemon. You didn't say the vanilla. You said lemon Oreos are very good, not overly sweet. I like those. Those are pretty good too. Fajiri, take care, man. See you around. Thank you for answering, not answering my questions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Beacon. It's just that, yeah. I mean, I told you why I can't do it. There are people out there who are investigating into it. I'm not. There's nothing we can really do about it. But I think that for the most part, Beacon, you can definitely see when FTX blew up, you could see the effects of that in the market. So the relationship is I think it should be more than obvious. Let me see. Is censored content here today? Let me check and see real quick here. No, it doesn't look like it. Andrew Francis says birthday cake ones worst are the worst. Diabetic coma. Take care, Fury. My mother used to mash crackers in a glass of milk and eat. Ugh. That sounds like she created a cereal, like a high fructose cereal. Man, my grandma used to make well, she probably still could, but she used to make dirt cake, and it's almost entirely made up of um, Oreo cookies and I think whipped cream and the fillings. And essentially what she does is she has to like tear apart Oreo cookies, and then she does this like layering where it's like whipped cream and the filling of an Oreo cookie mixed together. And so you've got layers of dirt, layers of filling, layers of dirt, layers of filling, and then the very last layers and when I say dirt, dirt's the Oreo cookie finely chopped up into like a powder, and it's called dirt cake. She usually puts like some gummy worms on the top of it, and like a fake flower or something. It's really kind of cool looking. That thing will give you a heart attack if you have any kind of clogged arteries whatsoever. I strongly recommend not looking this up and trying it. It will kill you in one bite. You have to have the arteries of a child to eat this kind of cake. The vote's still going to take place, Weekend Warrior, and court decision in April. Yes. Glock says FTX will expose this whole play, I believe. Yeah. Ugh, that is gross pyre porn. We use that for Halloween. Cool top of cake. Dude Man Diary says that stuff is so good we call it worm dirt. It is, but it'll kill you. You cannot eat that. Andrew says love dirt cake, worms and dirt. Yeah, dude, it's good stuff. If you like dying, it is, and you can't have very much. Like I don't know, like 10 bites or less, and you're done. What's that, hun? Kool-Aid cake? I've never had Kool-Aid cake. What is that? Huh? I've never heard of it. Uh-huh. You pour Kool-Aid into the poke. Is it like just like a white sheet cake? Okay, so what? So you just put a sheet cake down, you poke holes, and then you pour Kool-Aid into the holes. How big are the holes? Like straw size or finger? Oh, go ahead. Oh, that's small. Interesting. Apparently, they're real small holes. You poke it with a toothpick or a fork, and then you pour the Kool-Aid in it, and then it sounds almost like it sounds like a hillbilly tres leches cake. she said she says what I could afford when I was a kid. Mm, that sounds interesting. Yeah, cookie cakes now only. Rally Vermont says if the court rules against Ape, what will happen to the shared post? Uh, shares. I think you meant shares to the shares post judge decision. Well, it wouldn't go through if that was the case. Everything that we voted on would just be null and void. And likely there would be some kind of I would assume there would be some kind of uh, besides that there would probably be some kind of monetary uh, reimbursement as well. All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. Ooh, I like rum cake. Rum cake's good. Apex says we call those pokey hole cakes up here in these parts, y'all. Man. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna take off for break here. I will come back 15 minutes before market opens, verify my price predictions for the day, see if there's any last minute changes that I want to make to price predictions. AMC is up, only down, I should say, not up really. It's up from where it was earlier this morning, but it's only down 4.62%. And Ape is down 1.45 in the pre-market at 2.04. AMC at 682. Let me go ahead and put up the message on the screen here, give you guys some music, and I'll be back 15 minutes before market opens. Let's see here. Oh, your numbers are above. Hold on a second. I think I saw them and then I kind of skipped over. And going with a combined price of the day of 884. That's really close. It's like just a little over 10 cents less than what I've got. You've got 680 and 734 to 1034. 734 to 1034. Got you down, sir. So you're going 884. That's a little bit higher. Or no. You're going 680. So you're going 5 cents higher on AMC, which means you're going a lot lower on Ape. Ape at 204. Yeah, I got 222 on Ape, so that'll be interesting to see. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head off to break here. I'll see you 15 minutes before market opens. All right, I'm back. I want to go back over my numbers here real quickly. I do still feel that we would probably be tripping SSR for the day today, as it does appear like they're trying to push the price down to get to that value of 643. It does look like it's going to be a little bit more work than they probably anticipated, but it does look like they're trying to head that direction. Um, I might slightly change my price predictions. I just want to check something out real quick here, if you don't mind. Somebody was mentioning the SPY pump faking. As of right now, it's down 0.16. I want to check DXY is one of the things I want to check. It was showing down 0.6% earlier this morning. It is not fully breaking out of this upwards trend, and could potentially find some support at 104.64, which is a Fibonacci support, or I guess I should say support line for rising price of the dollar. So it might drive back up before too long, before the end of the day, maybe even. Let's see here. Futures. So the VIX was showing up 0.5. This is what I was mentioning earlier this morning is that the VIX wasn't down enough for what we were seeing on futures on the market, which were showing up anywhere from like 0.2 to 0.4%. And now the futures are showing down 0.3 to 0.2 to 0.3, 0.4 down. So it's like swung the other direction. I think the VIX is still not showing the correct numbers that you should see in order to have that much of a swing in value on the market. So, um, what to do? And I'm gonna stick with my numbers. I'm gonna stick with my numbers of 675 for AMC, 222 for Ape. I do think that there's some increased price improvement coming on Ape. I might be a day early or so on that one, but if I am, it's not too many pennies that I'd be off by. So, yep, gonna stick with the numbers that I've got here. And let's see what we got going on here. What are you guys saying? Let's see here. Arthur, good morning to you. Yukon says, regarding criminal manipulation of this stock, we know that he knows we know, and he knows. Yeah, I quite frankly, I don't see any need for him to say anything beyond what it is that he's already said. He is adamantly been outspoken against those who would short AMC, and everything that it is that um, he sees what's happening. It's not like he doesn't see, and he's talked about it. And I'm quite happy with the way that he's very professionally talked about it. You guys just want him to be, a blow up kind of person, and unfortunately, he's playing smart games, not dumb games. And you know what they say? What do they say? Play stupid games, get stupid prizes. And so I think he's playing a very smart game, and that usually leads to smart prizes. So I'm not gonna sit there and judge Adam Aaron on his on what it is that he's saying and not saying. I think he's being very, very calculated, and I think he's done more than enough to identify the fact that well aware of what's happening here. Kenny G's jail cell sounds good. Why do you think we haven't yet seen a lawsuit on Gary Gensler's regulators? Because I don't think that because I don't think anybody who has money to actually put up a lawsuit actually cares about what's going on because they're making money. Yes, he played a smart game, and is why he sold Ape for 68 cents. He was buying a bodyguard for the price of Ape. And Fook, let me ask you a question in return. What's the price at on Ape right now? He sold shares at 68 cents, and what's the price at right now? I'll help you out. I'll help you out. The price on Ape right now is currently at $2 even, compared to the 65 cents, 66 cents that it was before. So let me ask you another question. If he sold those shares at that price and he was protecting share price, how much have we gone up in value since he sold those shares? So yeah, he's playing smart games. No, that's not why the price went up. The price didn't go up because of a reverse split. It had nothing to do with that whatsoever. What is the price that he sold to you? He hasn't sold anything to me. I bought from the market, from my broker. I got my shares free. I got my shares free. They came as a dividend. All those shares that I have of Ape shares are all free. I didn't pay for a single one of them. They came as part of the package deal. Yeah, it is. It absolutely was. I didn't pay a dang penny for them. They did take value from AMC, but I didn't pay a single penny for those shares. Every single one of the shares that I got that I didn't pay for, that were part of the dividend, were all shares that were given to me. Yep, they were free. I didn't pay anything additional for those shares. Not a single penny was ever taken out of my pocket for those shares. They were free. They were still free, Dick. Absolutely. 100% free shares. I did not pay a single penny out of my pocket for those shares. Maccabee says value not gained or lost on issuance of Ape only, but number of shares increased. So yeah, free shares. That's absolutely right. They were free. They were 100% free. Maybe not for you. Maybe you had to buy yours, but my shares were free. I got them. I didn't pay a penny for them. Not a single dime. All right, guys. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same? getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. So a lot of controversy in the news right now. Estimates, from most of the estimates that I could see, there was like a 0.2 or 0.21 negative, I should say, negative 0.1, 0.21 or 0.2 EPS, earnings per share estimates that were out there. And some initial reportings were saying, I think like 26% or minus 0.26 rather, down. Then some reportings were saying minus 0.14. We did beat estimates, and quite frankly, I'm not even sure what the actual number is. I actually haven't gone through the documents to see what it was. I missed it if Adam Aaron. So I was switching between Tony DeNaro's in a space call, and I think I may have missed where Adam Aaron had read it out, or they read what the actual EPS was. But so I never actually even saw it, and I didn't last night after I got done with the space call, listening to the earnings report. I went straight to playing some games. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm addicted to this Harry Potter game, and so I was out playing games, and Arthur can testify. he knows. Him and I were talking a little bit, but yeah. So there's a little bit of a we did beat estimates. I know that for sure, and so we're seeing what appears to be some false reporting of EPS numbers here. For example, even on Webull, if you come over and you take a look at the reported amount that they're showing here, it's saying that estimated EPS was negative 0.2073 and actual was negative 0.26 according to them. So, and then immediately in the aftermarket hours, the price did exactly what I thought it would do. And I kind of reported a couple different people that I talked to on Twitter, and I said, watch for a 10% decrease in pricing coming as soon as that meeting starts. And we ended up hitting just slightly more than 10% down. I'm kind of surprised that we're seeing price where it's at right now. I was pretty sure that we would see a push for SSR tripping for today, which would have been at $6.43. We saw it in the aftermarket hours yesterday, where it would have tripped, but it doesn't count if it's in the aftermarket hours. So far, we have not tripped SSR. That's kind of what I would expect to see. If price does continue to move up like it is currently doing, in order to see a synthetic price failure reset, you would have to see a price of $7.34, which is the secondary top blue line that you're seeing right now on the screen. So we'll be looking for that, but we did trigger a synthetic price failure as of last night, which is where the blue, white, and red lines are, which is 19.5%, 20, and 21.5% down from our last previous high, that value being $8.53. 643. That SSR is 10% down from closing price of yesterday. For the day today, I've got 675 for the closing price on AMC and 222 for Ape. We do have the VIX. Somebody mentioned earlier the VIX is up right now. It is up right now at 0.34. SPY is let's see what SPY is doing. SPY's down right now 0.16. Kind of just, let's see, is this high volume or low volume for the day? Lately, we've been averaging probably really close to around like 83 million shares on SPY, and right now it's at 11.88 after 22 minutes of trading. So it's on pace for 210 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's not obviously going to hit that. The biggest amount of volume is always the first portion of the morning, but it kind of gives you an idea of to what it could potentially fall to. So it looks like we're trading on high volume on the SPY. So if you're seeing high volume and falling price, that's bearish. We are getting ever so close to the breakout box that I've got set up here for a level of support that I'm waiting to see broken here. This ascending level of support on the SPY, and we are about just 2 days away from where I've got my potential breakout box at. And if it does break past this point, I do see I'm kind of expecting a rush down to 366. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But I was expecting a day or two of upwards momentum on the SPY to kind of cool off RSI a little bit, and I think we got that over the last day or two. So it's kind of doing what I would expect it to do. Ooh, I'm missing Ape over here. Ape's kind of moving up here, and let me drop this down. I do need to reset the value 15% up mark for Ape, as I don't think I have the correct number, and 186 is what I got to put in for our bottom. Give me 1 second while I fix this up. 186. Our last high on Ape was $2.68. We dropped to 186. That's a 30.6% drop in price. Usually it goes up to 35%, and you don't see a turnaround point around 30 normally. It would be kind of weird to see this going up after hitting 186 and resetting synthetic price failures, but it has been kind of a target number for us for the past. If I were to show you what the past looks like, 30% on Ape does seem to be a more popular number than usual, but it should be around 35. Let's see, 213, basically 214 is the number that we're looking for on Ape to break to reset synthetic price failure. Let me set that up. Where's my blue line at? I don't have my. Where's my other blue line? I can't find. Where's my blue line? I got no blue line. Corbin. Let's see here. Man, where did this line go? I should have a second blue line on this page. Did I just delete it straight up? I must have. Well, let me create a line here. It's not very often I do that. The value was 214. So we're actually getting really, really close here to where it needs to hit in order to be a synthetic price failure reset. It's actually 213.9 is what the actual number is. So it's right there. It's really getting close. It got to 212, but we need to see it kind of punch through. The only way I ever count it really is if it punches through the number. It can't just touch on it and call it a reset. It's got to punch right through it, and that means you're tracking either new highs or lower lows coming in the future. Big Tramp says, Casey, thoughts on earnings? I'm going to go with what Donna says, bullish. I think we're doing much better. I don't know if you guys have been watching stock retail, or maybe it's retail. I think it's retail stock. And he's been crunching a lot of those numbers lately on earnings and what the potentials are for us going into Q1 of this year. And based off of a lot of the numbers that he's been crunching, he tends to think that there's a very good chance that AMC becomes net positive. So going into the black on their books. So I'm really looking forward to that. I don't know if he's right or if he's wrong, but if he's right, that's going to be a really strong bullish move for us. It's mixed, Donald. I've actually looked it up before. There's mixed numbers. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. More often than not, it usually kind of goes down. There has been cases where price does go up after the earnings report. The Big Tramp says, Casey, did Adam Aaron change your perspective on how you're going to vote? No. My perspective is based off of price. My most of what it is that I'm probably going to be deciding on for a vote is based off of what we're currently doing in price movement. So, um, so the answer is no. Chris says, "What are your thoughts on all the failure to delivers for next week?" Chris, we've had 2 days in a row where we've seen over 1 million shares returned through CHX exchange, and so they are trying really, really super hard to return shares right now. One of the things I want to add to that is that we have the price difference between AMC and Ape is at a point right now to where I feel like I think they're really trying to keep people out of buying AMC right now and forcing the idea that you should be buying Ape. Essentially because they want to take the pressure off of AMC's and getting delivery of shares without having to close out short interest. So I guess my thoughts are I can see that they're trying frantically to get shares right now without closing out positions. David Cobb says it is stock retail. I always get it backward. I always feel like I'm never sure if it should be stock retail or retail stock. It's like I don't know, for some reason in my head I mix it up. Do we overstock on Reg Show? I think they were on for quite a long time, Preacher. I've never actually gone back and looked at it to see what the actual time frame was, which we could do. I wouldn't mind looking at that just to kind of as a comparison. But you know, they had a lot of legal issues kind of going on too, which may have altered. One thing I think that a lot of people seem to be forgetting is that it is possible to deliver shares. Remember, Reg Show stays on for 5 days. After they have to stay off the list, the threshold list, for 5 consecutive trading days before the threshold list is taken off. So if they say, for example, they deliver all the shares they need to by the dates that they're supposed to, and they have like a lull for like 1 or 2 days, and then all of a sudden they miss delivery again within that 5 day window, then they stay on the Reg Show, and you end up getting the threshold list. And so a lot of people make this assumption that we've had 17 consecutive days or something like that being on the list. And it's like, well, maybe, maybe not. I would suggest that's probably not the case here. And what you're seeing is they've made delivery on time, and they've had to close out short interest. We've seen it. You can see it in the amount of shares that are available to borrow. And they don't want to. You can tell that they don't want to close out short interest. It's not something that they want to do because it's going to cost them money. So they're closing out short interest, and they're creating new available shares to borrow to correct or to deliver on the shares that they owe. But they're doing it just in the nick of time, and causing us to continue to stay on that threshold list. Swami says, did you hear about the misleading mainstream media article on earnings that was corrected? I had not heard about a correction. Richard says, I think they were on the list for over 130 days. Yeah. Overstock was over 660 days, Mega's saying. I've never really looked at it to see. I don't use that as like a huge indicator other than to tell me that liquidity is very, very low. That's it. I wouldn't really take it as like a anything beyond that. Walt, what did you pay for your Ape shares if it wasn't free? I'm curious. I didn't have to pay anything for mine. What did you pay for yours? Janita says, "Morning, Casey. What's up with Tony D yesterday? Seems like he was on a rampage after earnings. I actually left halfway through. I split my time between Tony and a space call. So I didn't see any rampage yesterday. If I had to guess, it would have probably been due to price going down as earnings were looking good. But I didn't see what he said. What do you think about Ape now? Is it better buy than AMC? I can't. So my wife has actually asked me the same. My mom, and my wife have both asked me the same question, and I quite frankly think that it's ill-advised for me to give financial advice. I think that if you're going to be looking at it from the terms of I want to hedge my position the best I possibly can on not knowing which way the vote's going to go, then both AMC and Ape are equally as important. However, if you were to assume that for a 100% undoubtedly there's no way that it's not going to happen. If you were to make that assumption and you're an absolutist and you believe that to be the case, then Ape would obviously be the better buy. But I think that's extremely dangerous to do. I don't think anybody should ever take that position or hold a position where something's a for sure thing. Uh, that's highly unadvisable. Oh, it was before the earnings call. Okay, well, I came into the stream a little bit late, so I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him blow up yesterday. So not when I was there. Arthur says after earnings call, have you made a decision on your vote? No, I have not. I'm really not basing my decision off of. It has more to do with price than anything. Yeah, I didn't see it. Blah blah. I unfortunately didn't see the shout out for the 10% drop. I was actually making dinner, and I commented a few times in Tony's on Tony's chat, and as I was making dinner, so I couldn't really watch you. I may have been there when you put that in, but as I was making dinner, I couldn't see what it is that everybody was writing. So I tend every time they ever do one of these earning reports meetings. I can't watch at the same I can't watch what people are writing usually, and so I just listen because I'm usually making dinner. My wife leaves for work around 6 o'clock, so I've got to start dinner usually by 4:50 my time, and the meetings usually start at like 5 p.m. my time, so it's like I'm always making dinner, trying to get it ready. Yeah, I know, Arthur. I'm probably going to keep my thoughts out of. I'm probably going to keep my thoughts to myself. Wait. Oh, brother, where art thou is beating out rounders right now. Okay, I was just curious. Do you think FTX ever really had the 400 million? No, I don't. I don't even. I don't know the. I don't know any of those numbers, Doug. I just know what happened with when FTX was hit. Shortly thereafter, you could see the effects of it no longer being um, in play to what was going on with our with AMC. So there was very obvious relationship impact to what was happening with AMC at the time. So in regards to how many millions of shares there were potentially in tokenized units out there, I have no idea. But I do know that there were some out there. I know for a fact that there are people who had purchased them. So, um, but I don't, I don't know the details. Ha says, "Morning, Casey. Do you think price for AMC will come to by this weekend? Planning to add some more." Um, it's I hate doing like forward that far forward looking on price movement because it's kind of difficult to do. But what I would say to you, Ha, is look at max pain. Whatever max pain is usually pretty darn close to what price is going to end up at by the end of the week, plus or minus a buck or two, right? Like it's I actually would probably just plus or minus a buck 50, and more than likely you're going to see price somewhere in that range. And but do note that max pain sometimes can move a little bit throughout a week. So, for example, like we started this week at 650, and now it's at 7. So, if you were to take a look at max pain on a Monday versus on a Thursday, it's likely going to be different. All right, guys, it's 9 o'clock. Um, Let me take a look at the numbers, and I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Uh, when the big tramp's not up on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal comments, thoughts, or questions for me until after you see the big tramp. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could be something that would keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. If you have if it's possible for you to set up your account so that you can have a secondary device to receive your code, it's always a good idea to do that. Something may happen to your primary and you won't be locked out of your account. I'm also asking people, please do not add your control numbers to pictures on your votes. Do not do that. That could potentially cause somebody the ability or give somebody the ability to be able to change your votes. So do not give out those control numbers. Do not do. Just do not. There is no do. Not in this case. There's only do not. And then the other part is please start taking pictures of your portfolio daily or video and putting in a folder with a date saved on when you did it so that you can have proof for your broker of what you hold in case something should happen. If you have a less active portfolio, you could probably get away with once a week, but please, please, please start doing that. Not a bad idea or a good habit to be in a good habit to be in. Just period. All right, starting with these numbers here. Price prediction tally points. We all got points for yesterday's price prediction tallies. For the day today, and of course this is not financial advice by any means. This is just us four guys trying to narrow down price to within a combined price of AMC and Ape to within a $3 range. I've got 747 to 1047. Eric has, hold on a second, I didn't see his text yet. Eric has 720 to 1020. And let's see, Apex has 734 to 1034, and Einstein has 711 to 1011. So we're all pretty close. I've got the high end. It's funny, yesterday I had the low end. I've got the high end today, and then looks like Einstein's got the low end on this. There's only about a 36-cent spread between the low and the top on our price predictions, so they're all pretty close. So we'll see what ends up happening for the day. But short exempt volume on AMC was 956.5 thousand shares. That is really, really, really high. Anytime it hits 1 million shares, I'm excited. Yesterday was over 1 million shares. When you add yesterday's and today's numbers together and divide by 2, or find the average, we're over 1 million shares 2 days in a row now, which is really, really good. I love seeing that number above 1 million. That causes pain in the marketplace, let me tell you. Ape was at 346.6 thousand shares. The utilization's at 100% for AMC, day number 32. Ape is at 84.31%. Day-over-day price increase on AMC yesterday was down 6.18%, and Ape was up 0.98. Max pain for the day today for this week is at $7, so it was $6.50 on Monday, $7 on Tuesday, and $7 today. And let's take a look at the off-exchange volume for the day so far. By this time of the day, I would expect 44% through off-exchange and 10 to 11% through EDGX for a pace. On a normal day, right now we've got about 52.88% going through off-exchange and EDGX at 14.64. The grand total on that 67.52% or 13.52% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.04% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.75, so that's pretty low. We don't usually see CHX volume very high in the beginning portion of the day. On Ape, we have 41.27% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 11.18. Grand total, and that's 52.45%. That is lower by about 1.5% than what I would think it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.07. On GME, CHX volume is 0.05% with a 30-day average of 0.37. And on HYMC, zero volume on CHX. Actually, there's not a whole lot of volume on a bunch of different exchanges right now. NYSE National, Pearl, MIAX Pearl, NASDAQ PHLX, NASDAQ BX, NYSE American, and CHX all have like basically zero volume. It's not usual to see that much volume not trading through those exchanges. I don't. It kind of stands out to me as odd. Moving on. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning we saw it decrease by about 1,000 shares to 133.848 million shares. No change as of right now. Taking a look at options. Uh-oh. I don't stop. They threw up some kind of pop-up asking me how much I would like to recommend Fidelity or something like that. I'm like, I'm not taking a pull right now. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Highest amount of volume for call options at a $7 strike. Yesterday it was 8, so it's dropped down a little bit here. And that volume is 18.7 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day-to-day. Puts highest amount of volume is at a $6.50 strike. That's actually up 50 cents from yesterday. And there's currently 14.1 thousand contracts so far for the day-to-day. So the market kind of insinuating a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $7 before the day is over, which is funny because I said $6.75, which is right in the middle. And Max Payne is sitting at $7. So yeah, I mean, it's all kind of aligning here. Hopefully you guys, when you hear me reading these numbers and coming to the conclusions that I come to on a daily basis, hopefully this is kind of like sinking in a little bit to allow you guys to understand that options really kind of do drive the market a little bit and kind of show you where the market's going to be leading towards. And so when I sit here and I tell you guys that you know, the yes or no vote on this for a yes or no vote on this, I should say for or against, on a for or against or abstain vote on the proxy or the proposals, the results likely could be found on what the price is going to be after if it were to be approved, would be seen through the options. These are all bets. These are bets that are being placed in the marketplace and give you a great idea as to where price might be trading when it comes time to for that to happen. All right, I'm going to put you guys on a little bit of music here and take you over to the other page while I move some screens around, and we'll go over the rest of the data. Alrighty, starting with the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $8.87. We did find that, I mean, we didn't really find the support at $8.78, which has been a big level of support and resistance from the past. But we are kind of finding this ascending level of support. We're finding support there again. Hopefully we continue to see some kind of upwards trend here between this what would be now a rising level of resistance and a rising level of support for a potential breakout here in this pretty large box that I've got. Yesterday's breakout that I had set up here didn't quite occur where I thought it was going to occur, but it did happen a little bit beforehand. This next box here is hopefully going to be the breakout portion to the top side this time, not necessarily the bottom side, but we'll see. We got to hold support here, and it looks like we're kind of pushing down below it right now. If we can't hold this support, we won't get this breakout above 1020 combined between AMC and Ape. Sorry, I probably had the music up a little loud there. Ortex. So far for the day today, we've had a return of 1.19 million shares on AMC. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 25.84%. Our cost to borrow min is at 249.14, average 319.39, and max is at 335.53. Shares on loan for the day today is at an all-time high. I've not actually recorded this number down yet, and I need to. 197.09 is the most recent one that was set yesterday. 198.45 million shares is the new record that I'm seeing set today, so I'm going to put today's date down. Utilization, 32 straight trading days of utilization being 100% since our last little nodule down that we had right back here back on, let's see, December 22nd. But let's take a look at what we got going on currently. On loan amount, slightly increasing day over day from 197.09 to 198.45 million shares. That's 1.36 million new shares on loan. Ortex is estimating 465,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. That is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 25.83 to 25.92. And on loan average age per day, when you have new shares coming in, like yesterday, we saw a pretty big jump up in almost 3 million shares yesterday, right? But we saw on loan average age per day do the opposite of what it did today with less shares. So we only had 1.36 million new shares on loan, and we saw on loan average age per day dip from 108.06 to 107.37, which tells me that they closed out some older positions to get that to drop. More than likely, it wasn't the loan amount, the new loans that caused. I mean, those would have helped cause that to drop, but likely is that they closed out some older positions as price was rising. Taking a look at security lending volume day over day increased from 10.24 to 10.66 million shares. On Ape, so far for the day today, there's been a return of 666,000 shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.87%. Cost per borrow men's up right now at 12.51, but so is average and max, which means only 62,000 shares that have been borrowed so far have all been borrowed at the same rate. Shares on loan for the day-to-day did increase, but here's your utilization also increasing, which makes sense, right? It went from 83.21 to 84.31 on utilization. On loan amount increasing day over day by 2.61 million shares from 25.34 to 27.95 million. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising because of that from 5.75 to 5.91. On loan average age per day dipping from 35.2 to 32.8. So the 2.61 million shares was enough to cause that value to drop. Security lending volume day over day increased from 850,000 shares to 2.92 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. AMC and Ape were on the list most of the day yesterday. Let's see if it looks like we were going to have some super low volume on Ape, but AMC still seems to have some decent volume. AMC is still heavily on the list here. Second spot with 49.98% buy to 50.02% sell ratio. Much better ratio today than it was yesterday. Looking for Ape and GME on the list here, and they are not on the list. Likely due to low volume. Low volume will result in lower trade amounts being transacted. SSR trips today for for AMC at about 643. I was expecting to see this trip today. I don't know now. I'm super confused, but I was really expecting to see this trip today. Maybe it still will. Maybe it'll be in the later portion of the day. I'm not sure. Ape is going to trip at 1.863. Shares available to borrow this morning. There were less shares available to borrow earlier. They did return some of those shares, borrowed another 250,000, and then returned those already so far this morning. So that's going to put us at 1.05 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. ETFs have been returned. There's 46,000 now in the ETFs. Fees are at 186.9%. I'm looking at these numbers down here on the options, and these just don't seem right. They seem a little off to me. I'm not sure why, but I'd have to go through and actually calculate it for myself. I'm going to read these numbers for you. They might be accurate. Out of the money calls, there's 161.8 thousand contracts to 33.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 124.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 56,000 contracts that are in the money. We're getting more in the money puts and calls this week than we normally do, which is good, but there's still way more out of the money. NASDAQ is down 0.69. Dow Jones is down 0.29, and the S&P 500 is down 0.6. We currently have 3,399 decliners to 2,907 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing, but not quite on fire yet. Most everything's down except for cryptocurrencies. Ethereum Classic is up 2.07%. DXY is down 0.28, way better than it was earlier at 0.6, down 0.6. WTI or oil is up 2.05. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.68 to 0.63. SPY is down 0.48 and kind of leveling off a little bit here. VIX is up 0.1, VBR is down 0.2, VB is down 0.17, Tesla down 2.8, Amazon is down 1.36, Citimark is down 3.6, Doge is up 1.4, Bitcoin is up 2.21 at 23.6 a coin. GME is down GME is down 4%, HYMC is down 4.19, Hood is down 1.64, CS is down 3.09, Ape is down 3.63, and AMC is down 5.32. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today is approximately $1.1 million more outflow than inflow, with 13.79 million shares traded so far for the day today after what are we on here? 47 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. 47 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 114.4 million shares traded by the end of the day. Of course, we always start out the day really with a high pace for the first half hour, or first hour, I should say, of trading. And so that's going to cool off, obviously. My prediction for the day today was between 50 and 70 million shares. I would say we're on probably a pretty good pace for those numbers based off of historicals. I might be a little bit low. We might see some a high 70 number, but we'll see how the day plays out here. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.87, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.09, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.36, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, a little bit of whipsaw going on here ever since just before market open, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure on an RSI of 48.89, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately let's just call it an even $1.3 million more outflow than inflow. 5, 6. Did I say 1 million? My bad. 700. I don't know why I said that way. 700,000 shares. It's almost 800,000 shares more outflow than inflow. 4.86 million shares traded so far for the day today. That's actually way more volume than I would have anticipated. But we are currently on a pace for 38.68 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. I do think that it's going to meet my expectations, but I thought we would be much, much closer to 10 million today than the 30. So I'm a little surprised to see it actually as high as it is. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure. More buying pressure than selling pressure on an RSI of 39.56, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.95, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.78, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.04, which is slightly below average. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't care. Let's see. Let me get everything all set up here on the page. Alrighty. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing again, so I'll start with Foodog said, I'm going to start with 10Ds plus us. We're all in this together, and we love to take a bath. Bathtub gin by Fish. Same boy says, make up your own mind, Maximus. Andrew says, I like everyone. Well, maybe not Yucca, but anyway. Sounds like you guys are like repairing from conversation here, so that's good. Apex says, not financial advice, but almost any time the dollar is down or trending down, you'll see a crypto pump. Something learned from time in the market and not trying to time the market. Yeah, I mean it's almost as if it's like a safe haven, right, for market movement. During time of market failing, it's like a place to kind of store your money to be safe. And quite frankly, Apex, I think it's probably one of the most dangerous places because I think those who control price through volume are usually the first to get in and the first to get in and the first to get out. So if you can time it right, you can probably do fine, and there's probably no risk. But it really sucks for people who are long-term holders on a cryptocurrency. Nathaniel says, Casey, how long do you think they can afford these cost to borrow rates? Would have thought something would have given by now. So this is what I would say. One of the key factors as to why I think Bitcoin's done what it's done in value is I really feel like a lot, like I just said, a lot of institutional, I want to say hedge funds specifically, value has been stored in cryptocurrencies, and you can see it. You can see it in how cryptocurrencies are being traded. There were three specific block points that I felt that we were going to be seeing where they were dumping their positions in cryptocurrency to hold more collateral. And three of those big block points are going to look a little bit like this, this, and then the next block point was supposed to be down here. So those were the three big block points, and we haven't seen that dump happen. We actually got a reversal, kind of like the beginning of January. We saw a reversal in cryptocurrency, and so if we don't get that last block of collateral held by, well, I shouldn't say it's not collateral until they remove it, but if we don't see that last dump out of cryptocurrencies by hedge funds, then they may not be leaking money fast enough. They may actually be making some money. So this is this is what I kind of am looking at here, and I think that you'll know it. You'll know it when you see cryptocurrency crashing. So that's what I would say. If you see crypto crashing down, you can almost bet on the fact that that they need collateral, and it's that last block that I'm waiting for that lets me know that they're running out of cash. I think they're done. Once they hit that third block, I think they're done with what they're holding on to, and they're going to be bankrupt. So, but if we don't see that, then they might not get there. So that's kind of one of the things that I'm looking for. If you guys are trying to sucker me into commenting on something that Tony's talked about, I'm not going to do it because I've definitely learned over the time that unless I was actually there to listen to what it was somebody was saying, I never like it's like your perception of what it was that they were saying and my perception of what it was that he was saying, or they, or could be anybody, right, is going to be different. So I wasn't there. I have no idea what he said, so I'm not personally gonna comment on it. It's pointless. Can you play buy and hold? Yeah, I mean, I could, but I mean, I don't know. It's necessarily like is now the right time? Sandy Boy says you're not forced to say anything. Yeah, I know. I just see a lot of talking about it, and it's like I just don't. I'm not gonna comment on it. See, look, there's Tony right now. He can comment for himself. He says, "Hi guys. If you have questions, come ask me on the live instead of listening to gossip and chat. I will tell you directly." Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that, man. thanks for coming in and not allowing me to step into a big old like poop hole, big old poop mess. Because I wasn't there. I have no idea what you said, and it's like I'm not going to step into that hole and comment on that. That's ridiculous. I wasn't there. But Tony, I was there when I was there. You for a little while. I was on your live stream for probably about a good 20 minutes, I think, or 25 minutes. I was there when you held up your cigar, and I typed in there. I said, "Hey, put your hand whenever you're holding up those cigars, Tony. If you don't want the camera to see your face, I'm gonna go over to the other screen here so you can see. This is the trick, and I only know this. The only reason I know this, Tony, is because not because I'm like some kind of like amazing YouTuber or something, but it's because my wife watches all these like makeup things, and so they're always holding up products. The camera never wants to focus in on what it is that they're holding up because it's like too close or whatever. And so if you put your hand behind it like this, usually it allows the camera to kind of adjust a little bit and so you can see what it is. That you're holding up. So just throwing that out there. I learned tricks through watching my wife's makeup artist channel thing. So, but yeah, good times. I when I saw you hold up the cigar, it made me think, huh? I kind of want to hold up a cigar. I want to go get a cigar that I can chew on for a while. I'd like to do that. Yeah, well, Food Dog says, Tony, uh, the amount of paid bashers on your channel yesterday was astonishing. When I was in there, Food Dog, he had 1.2 thousand people watching. So I can only imagine that whenever you have more people watching, that it tends to draw in more shills as well. I can only imagine. Tony, take care, man. It's good seeing you. Food Dog says, Casey, try the Lewinsky brand. Is it the Monica? That's crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go down that road. Oh man. There you go. There's Tony saying, I am not selling anything anytime soon. As we get closer to conversion, we will chat more on the topic. Maximus says, Casey, you're correct. It gets crazy. Are you a mod on any of the any channels out there? I would imagine mods probably see it. Well, I don't know. I guess everybody really sees it, but Maggie says, okay, I'll bite. Where your fingers are your fingers fat? I have been told that my fingers are fat. I've jammed just about every finger I have playing basketball when I was younger, Maggie, and I've been told that my fingers are fat. My specifically the knuckle area right here. They never the swelling never seemed to go down after having jammed them. I don't. They're supposed to unswell. Mine never did. They got fat and then just stayed that way. I don't. It's always been that way. It's my entire life. When I went to, I think it's Planet Hollywood. No, no, no. It's not Planet. Is it Planet Hollywood? I can't remember if it's Planet Hollywood or another place, but it's where they have the handprints. They have handprints of a lot of the different people who own part owners. I think in the chain of restaurants, and I think Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and a lot of other people have their handprints in there. I was going through trying to see which celebrity my hand fits my hand fit the best. It was like my handprint into Arnold Schwarzenegger's handprint was like a glove. I literally felt like it just fit in like perfect. I was like, damn, he's got small hands. That's that was my first thought when I did it. I did it in high school. I was in high school. I put my hand in there and I was like, damn, man, Arnold Schwarzenegger must have some small hands. Because I just don't really view my hands as being like all that. I mean, I can palm a basketball, which I guess kind of means your hand's kind of big, but I really just don't view my hand as being very big. Take care, Tony. Andrew says those are not fat fingers, Casey. I have a sausages connected to my hands. You might be right. Maybe you're right. This is I don't know. Let's see. This is a dry erase pen, and I would say that my fingers are wider than a dry erase pen. So I don't know. You can see both sides of my finger on the other side of that pen there. So I don't know. They're thicker than a dry erase marker. Maybe they're not. I've definitely. I'll put it this way. Have you ever watched have you ever watched mountain climbers? Their hands, their fingers, their whole mitts, their entire mitt is just this massive muscular hand. And those guys have real sausages for hands. I don't have rock climber hands. And quite frankly, I wish my hands were a little bit skin or fingers were skinnier because it would make it probably a little bit easier to play the guitar as well. Glenn says, Casey, why don't you fat finger a $100,000 buy? Because I don't have that kind of money to be throwing around. Actually, well, I don't want. I may have that kind of money to be throwing around in the near future, in the foreseeable future. But I don't want to bank on it. So yeah, like I said, Andrew, my fingers aren't. They're not terribly fat. Dude, I know exactly who you're talking about, Mac and Bees. That guy has he has that he's got that I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name either. that dude, the arm wrestler guy that you're talking about, just has massive, massive hands. Yukon says play, buy, and hold. Maggie says, how much money can you make dumpster diving? I don't know. I've never made any money doing it. I'm gonna I'm gonna go with 0. Thomas says theory, ape conversion reverse split is agreement between management and market makers since they need so many shares to cover. After split, they only need to locate 1 share for every 10 that they were short. Let me think about that. Corey says, can you show a heat map for everything for the day today? I can throw up like a quick heat map here at the bottom of the screen. This is only going to show. I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case. I mean, this is only going to show that the top performers in each one of these. I would say right now, I mean, because I'm just looking at the advancers versus decliners, and I would say that it's half and half. We've got 3,166 advancers to 3,147 decliners. So the market's really kind of in a toss up right now. It's either things are really advancing or really declining. There is no one or the other. It's right down the middle. It is where it is. Hazel says, "What size ring do you wear?" I don't know the number. How do you find out? I can't even get this ring off my finger anymore. It's too tight. I got it off. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna measure it with my phone. Pull up the measurement. Move farther away. All right, I tried. It's saying that the ring is about 1 inch in diameter, but I'm using a phone to measure that. I have no idea. What are normal sizes? Because if I heard the number is it like 14? Is 14 like a big number? I have no idea. I really don't know. I don't care. It's not one of those things I really look at. Let's see what we got going on here. Glenn says, I was waiting for the number of shareholders to be announced on the call when Adam Aaron said millions of shareholders. I knew we owned more than AMC float for sure. So note, I would say that it's less than 4 million now, Glenn. And the only reason I say that is because if you look very carefully at how Adam Aaron says it, he doesn't say over 4 million anymore. He says somewhere between 3 and 4 million. So I think he's being very careful to not say it's more than 4 million, but also to not disclosing that it's what it is over 3. So it sounds to me like there's somewhere between 3 and 4 million, but it's hard to say. Casey is probably a size 11. No, it's bigger. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than 11. I think it's like 12 or 12 and a half, maybe. 16 is big. Yeah, it's definitely not a 16. What do you guys? You guys want my shoe size too? You know what they say about big feet? Big shoes. Oh man. Okay, Progiller's saying 8 to 10 is an average guy. I'm pretty sure I'm almost positive it's over a 10. I want to say it's a 12, maybe 12 and a half ring size, but I'm not positive. That doesn't mean anything, guys. You can't make any assumptions based on ring size or shoe size or how long your palm is. That's all a bunch of that's just the only way you know for sure is you go into the shower with it, or I don't know, I guess your bedroom and measure it. Then you'll know. Oh man. Big sock. That's right, plastic starfish. You got it. Big feet means big socks. Down we go says, I believe your chart is broken. It's March 1st and it's not showing 104. Something wrong. Boxer briefs. I used to be whitey tighties, American Trader, but I got off of those and into boxer briefs. I can't imagine anything else now. I can't do boxers, and the reason I can't do I don't want to say why, but I don't like having a not a not well supported junk. So like I can't even imagine like that and wearing boxers with jeans and they just bunch up all the time like just seems so annoying. I don't know how anybody does it, quite honestly. Oh, Maggie, you just say that to all the guys to be nice. Oh man. Now you got me wondering what my actual ring size is because now I don't remember. Casey's favorite country singer is Girth Brooks. Oh man. Hillbilly says boxer briefs are the way to go. I like them. Here's the thing. I've had a lot of near misses in my lifetime. I don't know. Probably most of you guys can probably feel about the same way that I am. I've had a lot of near misses, and if a near miss on getting your junk crushed is a matter of a half an inch to an inch, maybe even 3 inches. If that's the difference, if that is the full difference between you and your junk just absolutely getting trashed, then like why in the world would you take that risk ever? Like keep them safe. Keep them safe. Patriot says, Commando, let it hang. I just can't see. That's the problem. 1796. Like I've had too many near misses where it's like, woo, that was so close. If that had just been, if I was a boxer wearer, I would have been a different person today. I just like, I really just don't understand like the idea of like why you would risk that. I have not tried a kilt. I've never gone there. Glenn says the poor women on this channel. Yeah. Pireborn says, why say the share value doesn't matter, only the share count? Why say they're, actually, I wouldn't say that. I've actually struggled with the idea that every time people talk about share counts, I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. Like, you don't need share counts. You know that there's more shares in existence than there's supposed to be. Just based off the numbers, they don't make sense. And so I really don't understand what the desire is for a share count, because it doesn't prove anything. There's tons of stocks that are in existence that are out there that have over 100% ownership and institutional ownership. So what? It changes nothing. Absolutely nothing. So every time I hear one of those like share count kind of arguments, like it's going to change everything when you have a share count, I just kind of I want to like I get upset a little. I get legitimately get a little upset, because it's like, seriously, I could show you so many stocks out there that have over 100% institutional ownership in them. It means nothing. It means absolutely zilch to know how many shares are in ownership. Savvy says I have 3 boys, so this conversation is par. it could get way worse, right? Savvy says there's a Cinemark which is so near us. I wish AMC would buy it. Maybe they might if they had enough capital. If they raised enough capital. C-Mac says I almost started to wear my baseball cup when my kids grew waist high and would run to give me hugs all the time. Didn't, because it probably would knock them out. That's what I'm talking about, C-Mac. If you've raised kids as a guy, you know what that's. I know you know. So many near misses. Like back in the day, we played lightsaber. We were Jedi's running around the house with lightsabers, playing fight lightsaber fights and stuff like that. And my so many near misses, so many. Janice says, "Is there any way the market can fully crash and AMC not MOASS?" I I can't imagine. I have a hard time imagining that, Jana. But at the same time, I don't like to. I don't deal in absolute. I try not to deal in absolutes, and so I can't say for a fact that that is not the case. You look at how many institutions own. Let me look at something real quick here. Let me just search something real fast. I'm not in a disagreement. I read what you wrote there, Tech We Love. I don't want to read it out loud, but there is. I mean, I just want to look up something real quick here, because I believe I can show you guys something real fast. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. All right, perfect example. Case in point, and I'm not going to break my rules even by doing this. Cinemark over here. Good old Cinemark, down 1.32 at $13.43, a direct competitor to AMC. Outstanding shares, currently sitting at 120.4 million shares outstanding. The free float is only 107 million shares, by the way. If you pull up the Q4, or what's showing on Fintel as the Q4 numbers, that I just drug over and now I can't find. Where did that go? Oh, here we go. Oh, they're doing advertisements now on Fintel. Interesting. You got 129.4 million shares, or 109.17% of outstanding shares owned. Where are the lawsuits? Where are the lawsuits going on by institutions if they own over 100% of the outstanding shares that are out there? Where are the lawsuits? If they truly and honestly are, if having a lawsuit would be an actual thing, then wouldn't you be seeing lawsuits in ownership if they're at 109.17% institutional ownership? Seriously. Like, how does this make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. 129.4 million. All right. Okay. Well, cool. Institutions own 100 and, almost 130 million shares of a float or of outstanding shares of a company that only has 120. So they're already 10 million shares over. And then you go, oh wow, that's kind of interesting, right? I mean, that's kind of weird. It's not unusual. I mean, that seems a little unusual. Well, let's take a look at the Ortex data. Shorts. Shorts. 25 million shares in short interest. 21.16 million shares on loan. These numbers don't even make sense. Yeah, this is like there's something wrong here, right? But do you see lawsuits happening? No, you don't. Why? Because it's business. It's all business. This is how the market works. It creates liquidity when it needs liquidity, and the market is allowed to do so. The market, in order to complete orders, if we didn't have liquidity in this market, if they weren't allowed to create liquidity in this market wouldn't be able to run at all. It would fail. It would absolutely just stop running altogether because there's no way that you could have trades going through. When you see some of these, when you're trading in penny stocks and they only have 5 million shares outstanding, and all of a sudden one day it has 100 million shares that trade through it in a single day, it's because they're creating liquidity, guys. They're creating liquidity on a daily basis. That's how a market works. You have to create something in order for something to happen. And they can't allow it to just not happen, because if they do that, then they're not making a market. And if you're not making a market, you have a failed market. You have to create liquidity. The idea that there's more outstanding shares than there's supposed to be is very commonplace all the time. So get past it. That's how a market works. And some kind of stupid share count's not going to do anything. It's not going to do a damn thing. But all you have to do is look. All you have to do is look, and you can see that there's more shares in existence than there should be. Aaron says to me, "You sound exactly like the Metal Complex knife review guy on YouTube." Now you got me wanting to look that up. Metal Complex knife review. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look that up later. I'm just kind of curious what I sound like. Metal Complex knife review. I'm gonna look them up on my break. Yeah, you're welcome, Tech We Love. I'm just glad I could do it with a stock that is within the parameters of me being able to talk about. I was pretty sure it was Cinemark. I think there's a couple others that I could show you too that may not be on my list. I know there's several others I could show you that aren't on my list though. Hillbilly says liquidity to meet demand to peg price. Simple as that. They got to make money, right? I mean, how are they going to make money? And they can't make money if there is no liquidity. This is Glenn. Thank you. Thank you so much, Glenn. This is exactly what I said the other day. This market doesn't trade on supply and demand. It just doesn't. This market is made to make money, and it's not here to make things make sense the way they're supposed to. This is why so many of us want to see this market fixed, because it's not trading on supply and demand. It's trading on perceived value based off of how much the market can make off of positions. That's not a fair market. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that's why I'm here. It doesn't have to be why you're here, but that's why I'm here, because I'm tired of seeing this market dictate what's going to happen to price, and then we just get to follow along, and they get to decide that your home's not going to be worth money when, at some point the market fails and they just decide, okay, well, your house isn't worth anything anymore. And then you watch your parents lose their home, or you watch you watch maybe your siblings lose their home, or you lose a home. Who knows, right? But they get to dictate that, and it's because they decided that they were going to trade the market in a way that's not fair. So I want to see it fixed. I'm tired of it. I'm absolutely just tired of it. I'm tired of watching people lose money in their retirements, in their IRAs, and in their pensions. I'm just tired of it. It's got to get fixed. Joe says, I'm here for the jokes. I'm all serious right now, and Joe's like, I'm here for the jokes. I'm getting really, really close to that SSR being triggered at 6:43. More than likely, they'll probably wait till the very end of the day to trip that. That does seem to be the pattern as of late. Maccabee says, on top of that, Casey, books and teachers teach the way how the market should be, not how it is. Yeah, man, it's rough, right? Like telling your kids that supply and demand is what makes a market move, is what should make a market move. But really, all it is it's how we're controlled, right? That's the only way that we're controlled is through supply and demand. But the market itself is not actually controlled by that. Food Dog says, if your house was undervalued by 150K, would you sell or wait for price to go up? Do you have the option to be able to rent and still move? That's what I did. But not everybody has that ability to be able to do that. Balarkey says, are you expecting price to go back up to 8 to 9 after SSR? Maybe by next week, but not this week. Dude, Apex says, I'm here because my wife is hanging with her boyfriend. That's rough, man. I haven't heard those boyfriend jokes in a long time. That used to be the old Wall Street bets way of the ape. It's been a long time since I heard some of those. Like early next week or question mark? Max Payne, man. Start using it. It'll help you out. Where I feel like I have Max Payne up here somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's 750 for next week as of right now. So if it was going to happen at any point in time where it would make it back to the 8 to 9 range, it would be early on in the week. But that's based off of current numbers. Glenn says, we are all tired of it. A whistleblower said the market is designed to extract wealth out of all of us. It's exactly what it is. It is literally, Glenn, like it's literally been turned into Vegas. And everybody wants to go in and treat it like Vegas. And it's supposed to be a place where you invest your money, not play Vegas. And institutions are treating it like Vegas. ultimately they can hold a lot longer, but they're making money off of everybody else treating it like Vegas. Hazel says if you have a roof over your head, I'd stay. Well, uh, interest rates certainly aren't getting any better. So if you're looking to move, you're not going to be getting a very good interest rate on whatever house you'd be moving into. So there is that. You could potentially be in a better interest rate right now on your current loan than any other loan that you could potentially get going forward. So that's kind of something you kind of have to take into a huge consideration because that can save you quite a bit of money. And I and I can only imagine how many people out there right now are taking adjustable loans, adjustable rate loans, in the assumption that the loans are probably going to, or interest rates are going to go down, but we'll probably end up getting really crushed over something like that. But I mean, there's so many different scenarios, and I don't know what your specific position is, and it probably wouldn't even be great for me to give you advice, but um, if you have the ability to move and you can afford the higher interest rates and you can afford to, have rent out your place, start renting. It's not easy, but if you want to try and recover some of the money that your home value that you've lost, some of the equity that you've lost in your house over the last however long it's been since it dropped in value, um, the only way you really can get there with moving is by renting it out. But you gotta have the extra cash for that. Pirate there was something that happened in Arizona. When I was living in Arizona, I literally watched so many of my coworkers uh, buy second homes. Most of the home values had dropped by half or 60%, really really close to half. So if you had $1 million house, it was probably worth maybe 550, maybe even 500. It could even be worth $500,000. And a lot of these guys that I was working with had $500,000 homes that were now worth $250,000. And so what they were doing is they were going out and getting a second house, uh, putting in their down payment, doing everything moving into the house, doing everything that it was that they needed to do to get in the $1 million home for 500 and $500,000, which is essentially what their first home loan was, and then foreclosing after they moved into a $1 million house, foreclosing on their $500,000 house that was now worth 250, and Arizona wiped out or forgave all of that, um, all of that debt, all the losses that they took, the money that they should have owed, they just completely wiped it out and didn't even. It was the most insane thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. Like I really felt like that was so. Um, I didn't do that. And I felt like for the people who were signed the dotted line and were actually living up to their obligation to pay what it was that they were supposed to pay, I felt like it was like a I don't know, man. It made me feel like why am I doing what it is that I'm doing? Why am I going the hard route when I could have gone the easy route? It's not easy going the hard route sometimes, guys, but it's always the better way to go. It's not easy. Glenn says after the testimony that I heard, it seems like Arizona is run by cartels. That's true, Pireborn. You're right. I'm in Texas. Yeah, I do. I've lived in California. Well, as a child, living with my parents, I lived in Virginia and California. When I graduated high school, I moved to Oregon. Then I moved to Arizona, and now I'm in Texas. But I follow the work. I've worked in the semiconductor industry most of my life, and I follow the work where the work is. And Oregon, Arizona, and Texas are pretty big states for semiconductors. Also, California is a big state too, but cost of living over there is so insane that, unless you were born and raised there and managed to, have a house when the price started going up, you're probably not going back. Arthur says the hard way is usually the right way. Yeah, I know, man. Sometimes it sucks. Like kind of like what we're experiencing right now. It's the hard way, and it sucks, but in the end, it's the right way. Does TI still make semiconductors? I think they do. I don't know that they have any. I don't know that they have any facility. Well, actually, Hmm. I don't know that they have any more facilities in the U.S. Let me see. Oh, it looks like Richardson, Texas. September 29, 2022, the new fab is more than 30% larger than RF Fab 1, offering more than 630,000 square feet of total clean room space between the two fabs. So yeah, it looks like they do have some more. I don't know where Richardson, Texas is. It's probably up by Dallas somewhere, but yeah, they do. It's 10 o'clock. It's actually past 10 o'clock. Donald says SSR coming. Yep. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk? That's the title for the day. Who'd have thunk? SSR on the way. I'm actually, to be very honest, Donald, I'm a little surprised it didn't happen like first right at market open. I was a little surprised to see the price pushing up before market open, and then the long eventual push down. Uh, I don't know I don't know what this whole ordeal was all about right here. But something was kind of happening right here, and but yeah, this is the push down to get to the SSR. Yeah, National Semiconductor. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. Richardson is between Dallas and Plano. Yeah, I kind of figured there is a lot of semiconductor stuff up in Dallas area, so I kind of figured that's where it was. I'm not from here originally, so I'm not really sure where things are at. Like people will be like Kyle, Texas, and I'm like, okay, I think that's south of me, but I'm not really sure. If my wife was here right now, she'd be like, "Duh, I'm from Kyle," and I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, it's south." I know major places like San Antonio, New Braunfels. I know, Dallas and Houston in regards to where I'm at here. But those are like it. Like if anybody names something else off besides like the major surrounding area like Round Rock, Pflugerville, I really just don't know where it's from, and it's probably because I just don't care. I really, I really don't care what some of the names of the little places are that are around me, and so I don't take the time to memorize. Uh, I'd be like, hey, look, we're driving through Plano. Okay, I just forget where it's at. I don't know. Let's see what we got going on with our numbers here, guys. It is time. I'm probably gonna have to give you guys the old two-factor authentication speech here, I think. Let's see. Are you gonna get lucky? You're gonna get lucky. Yep. You guys don't get it. You got lucky. All right. Let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange and EDGX. By this time of the day, I would expect about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. As it stands, off exchange for AMC is at 56.39% and EDGX at 12.48. The combined total net 68.87%, or 8.87% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is already up to 1.11% of the total daily volume at 208,000 shares. So it's getting a hot start already for the day today. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is currently at 50.04. EDGX is at 8.51 for a grand total 58.55%, or 1.45% lower than it should be by this time of the day. So it's a little bit low there. And CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.07. On GME, CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.37. And on HYMC, there's no volume moving through CHX. Taking a look at Ortex. Highest amount of volume for the day today. Not highest amount of volume. What am I saying? Volume in borrowed changed amount is down to, it was 1.19 million shares having been borrowed an hour ago. It's now 969,000 shares. So it's kind of a little bit of an increase there. That's going to probably not really do anything to the estimated short share interest of free float, but if anything, it would rise a little to 25.83%. Cost borrow mins at 54.52, average is 311.04, max is 338.93. Shares on loan for the day today is at 198.45 million shares. That's 1.36 million more shares on loan today than previously reported. And Ortex is estimated about 465,000. That was a new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 666,000 shares having been borrowed, or returned, I should say. It's now a return of 1.31 million shares. It's going to lower the estimated short share interest, the free float, to 5.83%, cost per minute 12.51. We've seen two different loans so far this morning, and every single one of them has been at 12.51%, as the min, average, and max have not changed at all. So two different borrowing of shares and no changes. There may not be very many institutions or lending shares at a lower rate, but that rate is definitely higher than what we've been seeing. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased day over day by 2.61 million shares, putting us at 27.95 million shares on loan for the day. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago on options, call options specifically, at a $7 strike, there was 18.7 thousand contracts. The highest amount of volume is still the same strike price with 25.6 thousand contracts now, but there is a very close run-up at $8, which means we could be seeing a little bit of an increase in forecast for closing price of the day. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $6.50 strike. An hour ago was 14.1 thousand contracts. It's now 22, with again a runner-up at about $6. So we may see options kind of suggesting a wider range of price possibility for closing on AMC by the end of the day. But as of right now, it's still suggesting $6.50 to $7 for a closing price by the end of the day. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, it's at 853. We did not hold the support line right here, unfortunately. Now, once we hit SSR and trigger that, we may see this drive back up again, and we might start trading above the ascending level of what was support, but now is resistance. So be watching for that. Do note that we've kind of hit a little bit of a double bottom here at about 843, looking like we may have tripped SSR on one of these. Let me go check it here in just a minute. I don't have a projection on exactly where price is going, but I can kind of maybe draw something up real quick here. It does appear that we have a little bit of a trend here. Watch for potential breakout. And let's see, we have falling price and I would say falling volume. Falling price, falling volume, which is bullish. Regression channel on this price movement is, let's see which side it's pointing to. It's definitely pointing to the bottom side, but Watch for potential breakout upwards of this descending level of resistance, perhaps somewhere right around here. And that's going to be about 13:36 Eastern Standard Time. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the three that I'm looking into. AMC was on the list earlier. We've fallen down a little bit on this list. We have a 49.87% buy to 50.13% sell ratio. Ape and GME are the other two that I'm looking for on the list, but due to low volume, we're probably not going to be on here. And we are not. 643 is SSR trigger price. According to Stonko Tracker, we have not hit it yet. Ape is at 1.863. Available shares to borrow seems to have increased by 100,000 shares, so they did return some more shares already. ETFs are at 45.3 thousand. Looks to me like they're getting ready or gearing up for being able to borrow again for tomorrow. As they've returned shares, we may see them borrow an additional 50,000 shares or so later in the portion of the day today, maybe 50 to 100,000 shares. But so far for the day, we've seen 1.05 million shares borrowed, which is really close to what we saw borrowed yesterday. Fees are at 194.4%. NASDAQ is down 0.91, Dow Jones is down 0.42, and the S&P 500 is down 0.74. We currently have 3,543 decliners to 2,824 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing currently, but not on fire yet. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. I would expect that by now the DXY should be heading up or almost breaking even. Ethereum Classic is up 1.49. I don't know why that shifted. 1.45% up right now. DXY is currently showing down 0.38. That's kind of surprising. Weird to be seeing the dollar down, and the market down too. WTI or oil is up 3.03%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.6 to 0.62, and the SPY down 0.63. And let's see here. VIX is up 0.39. Such weird numbers. A lot of these numbers aren't really making a whole lot of sense. VBR is down 0.26. VB is down 0.21. Tesla is down 2.77. Amazon is down 2.22. Cinemark is down 1.69. Doge is down, or up rather, 0.95. Bitcoin is up 2.05 at 23.6 a coin. GME is down 3.9. HYMC is down 4.09. Hood is down 2.59. CS is down 2.96. Ape is up 3.9, or sorry, down 3.95. Actually, it's now 3.86. And at 1.99 a share. AMC is down 8.26 at $6.55. There is approximately $3.25 million more outflow than inflow. 22.15 million shares traded so far for the day today after 109 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 79.25 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares. That's starting to look like a really strong possibility. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.91, which is that's average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last hour and a half, an RSI at 39.43, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.01, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $700,000 more, almost $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.21 million shares traded so far for the day today after 110 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 32.65 million shares by the end of the day today. And pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. We're actually kind of trending towards the upper side of my 10 to 30, which honestly I thought we were going to be on the low side of. So Ape's getting more volume than I would have expected. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's a little bit of whipsaw kind of going on right now, but currently more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI at 45.27, 46.77, which is above average. I'm sorry, slightly below average. I don't know why I said. I'm thinking about other things right now in my head. Currently, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.31, which is slightly below average. Sometimes when I'm just rattling off numbers in my mind, starts to wander other places, thinking about other things that are happening. For example, like me wondering like why we're seeing kind of a conflict. Okay, now we're starting to see. Okay, these numbers are starting to make a little bit more sense now. I'm seeing VIX up 1.55, and we've got DXY or the US dollar showing. This is still a little confusing here. I have a feeling this will be less than this. We might see some more upwards momentum on this by the end of the day, but when some of the numbers just don't make sense to me, my head starts thinking, why? What's going on here? I like to have things make sense. Perfect timing for a shill to come in and be like, that's because your stock can't make dollars. I mean, I'm just saying, if I was a shill, like I feel like I could do so much better. I feel like these guys aren't doing a really good job of shilling well enough. Like I legitimately feel like I could shill way better than these guys could. Casey, did SSR trip on Ape already? Let me verify. I don't believe so. It would have been at 1.863. No, it did not. I've got the value set up. Oh no, I don't have the value set up. Hold on. I'm setting the value up now. 1.863. So when you see it cross that red line, you'll know it. The Steven shill isn't Steven Seabird. It was Steven Colin or Conlin. Colin. I totally misread that. I'm sorry. It's not Steven Colin. It's Conlin. Colin. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove him. He's obviously here just to. I had to go through and read what he was writing. He's obviously here just to discourage, and that's fine. Well, it's really funny to call somebody a shill for saying this whole market, right? Like we have always been taught. We've always been taught, especially by some of the uh, most successful people in this marketplace, is that if you want to make money in this marketplace, then you have to be an investor, right? And that means holding a position. The people that are out there that are telling you that you need to continue to treat this market like it's a casino are simply the people who want you to continue on price movement in ways that would cause people to make the most amount of money off of people who are trying to bet against or bet, I guess, betting with the flow of the system, but trying to be better than the system. And it doesn't happen. You're always riding the coattails of where price is moving to. And so essentially what you become is a bottom feeder. You're feeding off the bottom of the leftovers. And really what that comes down to, when you think about it, in the grand scheme of things, if you're a bottom feeder like that, you're feeding off of retail because you're not feeding off of institutions. The institutions are the ones who are driving the price. They're the ones who are making the winning bets in this marketplace. All you're doing is feeding off of other retail investors who weren't as fast as you and getting out of their positions. So really what that person is suggesting that you should do is that you should be a bottom feeder like the rest of us, and just try and eat money off of other retail who aren't as smart as you are. That's the epitome of what it is that they're suggesting. Be smarter than the rest of the retail traders out there and make money as a bottom feeder. That's what they're suggesting. Because you can't beat the system. If you can't beat the system, then just be a bottom feeder. And I don't subscribe to that. I think that you can beat the system, and I think that we've seen the system being beat on multiple occasions. And we now know what beats the system. It's buy and hold. That's it. There's nothing more to it. It's as simple as it gets. And that beats the system. So, you guys can make your own choices. It is your hard-earned money that you guys are investing. Do you want to be a bottom feeder and hope that you can beat all the rest of the retail out of those positions? Or do you want to make changes, impactful changes to a marketplace that's not fairly traded? That's the question. That's what it comes down to. What does Bob Ross say about bottom feeders? Let's ask. Bob Ross, what do you think about bottom feeders?
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
Yeah, they're not learning, are they? Those bottom feeders just keep on eating the bottom feed. If you don't learn from it, then you're not succeeding. You have to learn from everything that's happened in the past. If you look at a broken market and the market says, we're going to fix everything and make it better, and the market doesn't fix things and doesn't make it better and continuously makes things worse, it needs to be fixed because we haven't learned. We got to learn. And the only way we learn is by changing. Not doing what it is that we always were doing from the past that was causing it to get worse and worse and worse. MCon says they just keep changing the rules. Yep. Yeah, Fury says hold for a month, wipe it away in a day. It's crime. I hate calling it crime though, Fury, but yeah, I mean it just doesn't make sense. I know what you mean. Donna says change is good. And I'm gonna go a little bit on a soapbox again. But in the industry, in the semiconductor industry, they tell you, like if you ever have the chance or the opportunity, for those of you who are in it, you've heard this before. In the semiconductor industry, they tell you that if you don't like change, you're in the wrong place working for the wrong people because you have to accept change. Change is expected, and you will make it. If you don't make the change or you don't adapt to survive, they don't want you to be a part of it, and they just you're gone. So change truly and honestly really is good. It really is. Constantly making little changes here and there to improve is what counts. Yeah, it is frustrating, Fury. I understand. I hope somebody wasn't promising you this was going to be an easy path. Because if they were promising you an easy path here, they were probably mistaken. AMC implied volatility is 150, down from 100 last week. What's the number? What's the number, Nikki, that you usually see that you feels like that? I feel like you start hollering when you see it down like 120. Is it 125? What's the magic number? I always forget what it is. I need to write it down because I feel like I've asked you this like 2 times now at least, and I've always said that asking the same question more than once is a stupid question. So I'm asking a dumb question What's your magic number? What do you feel is like kind of like a really good number? I'm gonna write it down this time, so I'm gonna put in a spot on my board here where it's not gonna go away for a while. 100 to 108. All right, cool. 100 to 108. Got it. Thank you. So you're saying there's a chance. It's improving. Donna says I used to be married to an industrial engineer. You know firsthand then. I'm sure he's talked about it many times before. Changes as an engineer, you have to accept change. Batter says Casey AMC is bottoming out nicely on the 15 minutes. Let me check here. I don't know. Oh yeah, they do have 15 minutes. Yeah, let me get rid of all my stuff here. So I grew up in the 80s, guys, so I love me some Ronald Reagan. I used to love it when he would always go, "Well, well, what did he? Well, Nancy." Ronald Reagan's mansplaining to Nancy Reagan. Well, Nancy. I love Ronald Reagan, man. That guy was awesome. He was so funny. Let's see here. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see it. Can't really draw it all that well because I've got the all my all my Fibonacci retracements and lines and but yeah, I see what it is that you're talking about as far as bottoming out goes. I mean, we're real close. I mean, my guess is they're gonna probably try to hit that 643 real quick, and then we'll see a pop. But yeah, I see it. Tech we love says, I know you probably can't speak on this, but maybe you can nod, blink, laugh, or something. I'll probably end up laughing anyways. To acknowledge the horrible inflated prices of the GPU market, Nvidia and AMD are fleecing retail. I'm not. Yeah, you know I can't. I can't do it. I'll say this. I'll say this. Having worked in the industry for so long, if you wanna know what the futures are gonna look like, you can watch the semiconductor industry because they usually start making changes before everybody else does, and it's because they know what the forecast on chips look like, right? So if you see a lot of if you see a lot of semiconductor companies that are starting to uh, make cutbacks, or you're seeing value drop in semiconductors, then it kind of gives you an idea where the economy may be heading. So I'll say that it can be a very strong indicator. So, and now you've opened the door for everybody to start posting specific stocks. I see you did it, Tech We Love. You do it one time, and then everybody starts posting different stocks. And all right, I'm just gonna remove them real quick here. Sorry, Fury, but I shouldn't have said anything, and it's my fault. But I gotta remove those messages. Uh, Unfortunately, on this channel, I keep I keep Pandora's box shut on talk outside of anything related to AMC. But I was trying to use that more for like a market move type, you know, leading indicator. Robert wants to know if anyone's going to the AMC Corporation on March 14th for the shareholder vote. I don't. Are they even holding an open? I guess they might have to actually. You know, I hadn't thought about that. They might actually have to open a. They do. They have to hold an open forum meeting for that. I'm not. I'm not going, but Jason says, can you break down the algo AMC is following? That's such a loose term, Jason. What I would say to you is in regards to synthetic price failures. I've got a link that takes you to a video that's like 26 minutes of your life, or maybe it's less than. Actually, I think it's less than that. I think it's like 17 or 18 minutes of your life that it's going to take up. I would go look up that synthetic price. It's under the description of this channel here. Look up synthetic price failure. What is it? What does it mean? Watch that video and kind of understand that the market moves price in a fashion that elicits the most amount of selling as possible. So, and I'm actually going to post up the video link here, I think. Do I not have it listed? Huh. I thought I had this listed on my list of places to go check it out. Let me pull it up for you. I think it's under helpful videos for this channel, but I'll find the link real quick here. And if you can understand how synthetic price failures work, that is transferable to any stock that's heavily shorted. It actually can go to, yeah, I would just say heavily shorted. Any stock that's shorted significantly, this can apply towards. Give me 1 second here. I can't even find my own playlists. Good afternoon. Yeah, that's not it. Okay, it's not under. How to track synthetic price failures. It's 17 minutes of your time. Um, there you go. Jalopy says, I got a restraining order to stay at least 100 yards away from AMC headquarters. No, you didn't. There's no way. Did you really? I'm kind of curious, like how that all went down. Blah blah says, Casey, you are the noble rabbit that Sean William Scott sings of in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds funny. I'll take it as a compliment. I have to go back and re-listen to it, but the golden age of PC gaming seems to be a thing for the past. It was great in 2016. Also, I didn't mention any tickers. Yeah, well, I mean, you'd mentioned companies, and those are kind of tickers. So yeah, I know what you mean. That's why I kind of let it go, but I knew it was going to turn into something. Let's see. Adam Aaron diluted the hell out of AMC and Ape now. He wants to correct his mistakes at our expense. I don't really feel like that's what it is. I kind of feel like Ape was more of a Trojan horse. But you can see it different than I see it, and that's fine. Are we expecting Ape to drop to 150? I'm not particularly expecting that. I'm not expecting that. But at the same time, um, I can't say that it won't happen either. If it's voted for as a yes or for Blarkey, then yes, that would be the case. It would not happen until April, unless I think that there is always a possibility that you could see like a very strong yes vote. I don't want to say unanimous, but a very strong yes vote, and the case be dropped. Which at that point, if the case was dropped, then you would potentially see it going through earlier. So there's a lot of possibilities as to what could potentially happen. Narrowing it down to a specific date is this is why I hate it. Like you guys got to stop like focusing on specific dates. There's so many possibilities as to what can happen at any given time. Trying to narrow things down to specific dates as to when something's going to happen, it's kind of pointless. There's so many things that can happen between now and Friday and Friday. So stop trying to narrow things down to specific dates because it's not a healthy thing to do. Tentatively, that would be correct. Who said tag 643 already? Who said that? Was that? I mean, I feel the same way. It's like, just can we just get it done with? Can we just get it over with instead of dragging this out? I feel the same way. Yeah, see, I think there's a problem with that inherent thought process, though, Dick. What do you know about uh, shorts? What are the potential losses on a short position? What is the risk side to a shorting a stock? I'm not sure if you're aware of it or not. There's a key two words that I'm looking for here. When somebody shorts a position, infinite. Yep, infinite what? Infinite. What's the second word? Infinite's right. That's the first word. Infinite loss. Yes, losses. Infinite losses is the correct answer. And so when you start putting price targets or limitations on what price can get to, when the definition is infinite losses, that's a you thing, not a definition thing, right? You're stating, I don't believe it can go any higher than X amount of dollars because I don't believe in this. That's a you problem. That's a you problem. The true definition to short interest is infinite losses. Infinite. So that's a you problem, and you shouldn't be putting that on everybody else. Just because you don't think that it can go to a certain price doesn't mean that it can't. And this is why I think price targets are so dangerous. If you are in a play like this, to where we're trying to hold for infinite losses, and you want the most amount out of this as you possibly can get, then your target predictions that you're having in your head are going to be the undoing of you ever seeing anything in value. So what I'm going to suggest to you Dick, is that if you think the infinite losses are not a possibility, then you've already lost any potential of the squeeze, regardless of whether there's a reverse split or a conversion at all. At all. You've already lost that battle because you don't believe in infinite losses. So the idea of having price targets for a short squeeze, that's you've already lost the battle. You've already lost the battle by thinking I'm going to sell at this point, and it's because I don't think it can get higher. You've lost the battle. No. I'm sorry. You didn't lose the battle. You lost the war. You lost the war when you came up with price targets. This is why it's so important to be trading on indicators, indications of what's going to happen, what the market has decided as a whole, what it's going to do, and not necessarily on what you think it can get to. Because if you trade on what you think it can get to, we've lost. We've already lost. That's his name, dude. Why are you making fun of his name? Casey, it's a compliment. You're actually more like Sean Scott's innocent, naive character that sings idyllic songs like Noble Rabbit. Still a compliment. Well, I appreciate it, blah, blah. I have to go check out who it is because I don't remember that. I don't remember that in Jay and Silent Bob's movies. What was it? Was it Clerks? Or was it? Yeah, I think it was Clerks. I don't remember what the second one was called, though. Somebody asked me if I had decided on my vote a little bit ago. Pantheon, good to see you this morning. Uh, and I have not. I have not decided on a vote yet. Still not decided. But that doesn't mean that when I do decide that I'm going to tell you guys what my vote is either. Uh, if I've learned anything from this, it's not. This is each one of us has to make our own decision on this, and I'm not going to sit here and be. There's only one instance where I think that there's something that I would like to mention, and it has to do with price. And if we had a certain price by a certain time, then I would tell you guys my opinion on something in particular. But if I don't see that happen, I'm probably not going to tell you which way I'm voting because it's up to you guys to decide how you're going to vote. It is not up to me. It's your choice, and I don't want my opinion to be your influence as to what direction you're going to vote here. I just want you to vote. I want you to vote. I want you to vote the way that you think is right to vote here, taking in all the information that you've taken in. I know it sounds like I'm bullish on this vote. If I was bullish on this vote, guys, I would have decided my vote a long time ago. I would have been like, yeah, I already know which way I'm voting. But I'm not. I'm undecided at this point, right? So you can't assume that I'm bullish on this. I know it kind of sounds like I talk bullish about the vote, but I don't want you to make that assumption. Uh, just know that it is important more than anything for me to have you vote. So if you want to make me happy, vote. That's it. Make me happy by voting. If that's how I'm going to be an influence, then I'm going to be an influence on making sure that you guys vote. Gorilla says, I don't understand enough to know which way will be better. Seems like nothing that should work ever does. I understand the frustration in that, Gorilla. I really do. I really, really get where you're coming from on that. Um, I'm just going to give you a quote from Bob Ross because I don't have anything to say. So I'm going to let Bobblehead Ross speak to you here. And Bobblehead Ross always seems to have the right thing to say. So, and since I don't have it, I'll let him give it to you. I got some from Bob Ross today. So here you go. Bob Ross, what do you have to say to Gorilla Grodd for this here? What do you think Gorilla Grodd should be thinking in regards to his choice on the shareholder vote?
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
I don't make this stuff up, guys. I just press the button. He's got like 10 or 20 sayings or something like that, and it's like, you get what you get. That doesn't really seem like it helps a whole lot either. But take it for what it is. Yucca Frida, happy hump day to you too. Hump day! Wait, there's a question here. Oh, it looks to me like you're asking the question to Pirateborn. Never mind, I won't answer. Tanton says, you are bullish on the vote, as we all are. We are just undecided on how to vote. I feel confused. Okay, sure, yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm bullish on the idea that I want you to vote. Yeah, that's correct. But yeah, in regards to which direction or how to vote on it, there's a lot at play here. There's a lot at play and a lot of things to think about. And it's not an easy decision, and I'm not going to rush to making my decision either. Papa Mac, you're absolutely allowed to say your opinion is okay. If you want to state why you think people should vote one way or the other, that is a completely okay thing to do. I'm simply stating that I'm not going to be sharing my opinion because I think that it's important for me to stay neutral on influencing of others on this vote. I think it is a very crucial vote. And I don't think that means that I have. Look, I think I said this to somebody just the other day. Nobody should have influence over your votes. And if I influence your vote one way or the other, I don't want to be that person. I just don't. It's not. It's not. No person should have that kind of power over other people. They shouldn't. You have a mind. You have the ability to think. You have the ability to process this information just as much as I do. And my vote doesn't have any more power over your vote unless it's less share or more shares than you have. If that's less, that would be the only way that has more power. But you have the ability to make a decision, and I think you should. I think you should vote on how you think this matters to you. And we can still be friends after this is all over. I don't have to be angry at you. You don't have to be angry at me. We can still be friends. Coors has the fanny packs, so oh wait, I don't I don't even know if I want to read that. Uh yeah, I'm not gonna read. I'm trying to stay out of that pantheon and as much as I possibly can. I'm not really here to try and create tension or anything like that. And I know you're not too. Um Fury, are you admitting to having had their hot dog? I've never had AMC's hot dogs before. Are they actually good? Actually, I don't even think I've had the nachos. Hey Casey, maybe the vote is just a morality test. Laugh out loud, and it will decide if we deserve MOASS. Ern, I would be lying to you if I said that I didn't think that at some point in my thought processes that I hadn't thought the same way. Teasingly, right? Like I hadn't thought, oh, maybe this is just it really doesn't matter which way we vote, and that it's it's just a morality thing. So, but yeah, I mean, I'd be lying if I said that I hadn't thought that before. No, don't worry about it, Pantheon. It's fine. I just I saw a lot of people in here earlier saying, talking crap about Tony and and I just don't want to comment on any stuff like that. So, and I'm not saying what you did was talking crap about him. I'm just saying that there's, people are talking about what it is that the other people are saying, and I wasn't there to hear it, right? Like, and if I'm not there to hear it, then it's like I think it's just kind of wrong of me to comment on it. So, um, and I kind of feel bad a little bit. I had a great the very first time that I met uh, Ants was playing poker. I had a great time playing with him. I thought we had a good time, and he was a great guy to hang out with. And unfortunately, some reason or another, there seems to be some kind of tension out there that makes him think one way or another that I'm against him, and I'm not. I don't know. I don't know why things went south the way they did, but I've never been here in this community to sit there and talk crap about other people in the community in general, unless they were hurting the community in a specific way. He said he likes me. I'm the only one. I didn't, I didn't ever do anything. I never, I didn't necessarily agree with his viewpoint before, but I never, I mean, people don't agree with my viewpoints all the time. It happens. No big deal. I'm not going to hate somebody over something like that. So I had a great time playing poker with him one time. So when we were playing poker, it was a blast, and it was funny as hell. I thought he was hysterical, and I was having a good time. So hopefully maybe one day we'll get to play poker again. I don't know. Uh, maybe he's still down for something like that. I don't know. there, there was a bro down. Oh my gosh. See, that's just going too far. Oh man. Casey, did you ever prank call? Yes. Yes. We actually we we did a really I think the worst prank call that we ever did. And you have to remember this was back in the 1990s, right? It was probably around 1992, 1994. I know I was in the later half of my high school years, so it would have been like somewhere between 92 and 94. And one of the things that we did is we called a 24-hour plumber. I'm trying to remember if we knew that a kid that we didn't like had his parents out of town because he had talked about around school about having a party over the weekend. So we knew his parents were out of town, and so we called up a 24-hour plumber, told him that our parents were out of town and that there was a leak in the house that was just nonstop running, and that we needed him to come over immediately. And that the noise in the house was really, really loud, so make sure to pound on the door so that we knew it was him to open the door. and and I never did hear what the outcome of that was. But because we didn't like the kid anyways, so we didn't, obviously we're not going to ask him, hey, whatever happened with that plumber that showed up at midnight at your house, pounding on your door, which I'm sure scared the crap out of him. But yeah, that was something I definitely did as a kid. Nowadays, you can't really do anything like that because they can verify who's calling, or for lots of different reasons, they would just never just show up to somebody's door like that. So much more you could get away with when we were all younger. Yukon, don't do that, man. There's no need to do that. It's not worth it. It really just isn't worth it. Broke Ape says you influenced my beard. That's awesome. Casey, call your wife at work and tell her AMC is above $1,000 a share, and then when she gets home, go like, psych, she could have resigned, though, so keep your distance. Luckily, she would just look at the price instantly herself and go like, no, it's not. That wouldn't work. All right. Pantheon, I didn't know if Pantheon was, I didn't know if I could say this or not. Pantheon saying, I called yesterday and they told me they cannot find my control numbers for any of my shares or units. It's being escalated with my broker. Definitely call your broker ASAP. And that's what Adam Aaron instructed us to do. If you do not have, you got to contact your broker first. If you can't get a good answer out of your broker right away, you need to call DF King. And if you guys need me to get you the phone number for DF King, I can do that, and you can contact them and find out what your next action should be. Arthur Martin says, "Do you remember Ding Dong ditching?" We didn't do that a whole lot, but we did do it on occasion. Jason says, "Can you break down the algo next price leg on AMC, please?" I really don't. I assume that Jason, you went and watched that video, that 17-minute video that I linked you to earlier. It's time for me to go through the numbers right now, Aaron. So what I could do is I could probably kind of try and give you like an idea as to where I think price may be heading to using trading indicators, but I don't really look at the algorithm the way that you're kind of mentioning it. I don't see them as being fractals, the way that a lot of people kind of see the fractals as. But there are fractals that do repeat themselves over time through trading indicators that you can see. And I would say that's probably a more appropriate way to look at price movements. But I just don't know. Well, Jason, you came in here earlier and said the same thing before, and I posted up a link for you. Let's see if I can paste it again here. Yeah, there's the link for you. If in regards to like price movement, this link that I just gave you to is going to show you like how to kind of form like what's the best way that I could describe it as a moving Fibonacci. And so that's the best I can do for you. Yes, Boomstick, Ape does, or AMC and Ape are have voting rights, and you should have Ape a separate voting proxy for Ape shares. So if you don't, and those shares aren't getting a vote, you need to contact your broker and find out what's going on. All right. I'm going to head over to the other page here, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the page. Only asking because you called the 643 push down. Yeah, I know, Jason. I get it. I mean, sometimes it seems like some people go like, he never calls anything right, Some people go like, oh my God, he calls it right all the time. And it's like, there's hit and misses. There's always hit and misses. But I'll try to do the best I can here as I'm running through the numbers to give you an idea as to where I think we're heading to next. So just give me a second to get through the numbers. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with gotta move a couple pages around here. Starting with what the heck is going on here? Off exchange. These numbers are right here next to my head. We've got normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX volume for those exchanges. So far for the day to day on AMC, we have about 56.19% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.89%. The grand total in that 68.08%. Which is about 6.08% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 3.17% of our total daily volume. AMC daily volume, which is really high because the 30-day average is 1.79. That equates to 782,000 shares. Now, that's real close to 782,000 shares going through there. You can see it's 781,699. So this is getting really, really close to 1 million shares by the end of the day today, and I think that's pretty significant. On Ape, 50.5% going through off exchange. EDGX is 793. The combined total on that's 58.43%, or 3.6% lower than it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume is at 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.07%. GME CHX volume is at 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.37, so it's pretty low. And on HYMC, non-existent. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting 969,000 shares having been returned. It's now 3.25 million shares. I want to be very, very clear here, guys. Closing of short interest is bullish. Doesn't mean right away. It is bullish. And when you guys start seeing shares returning available to be borrowed again on a daily basis, don't say crime. It's not crime. They've returned shares. When they return shares, they make them re-borrowable again. They can go out and re-borrow those shares. So please stop saying crime. It's not crime. They are just simply returning shares, and now they have more shares to borrow again. So with 3.25 million shares having been returned, that's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 25.76%. Cost of borrow min is at 1.04%, average is 312.95, and max is at 338.93%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up by 1.36 million shares, putting us at 198.45 million shares on loan. And Ortex is estimating that about 465,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.31 million shares having been returned. It's only 1.3 now. Not really any change there. Short share interest of the free float at 5.83%. Cost per min at 11.29. Average 12.04. And max is at 12.51. We're seeing a definite increase on cost to borrow on Ape here happening. Shares on loan day over day is up by 2.61 million shares on loan, putting us at 27.95 million shares in total. Looking at what's next. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $7 strike. That is still the case. It went from 25.6 thousand contracts an hour ago to 28.7 thousand contracts. Jason, I just want to, every time I run across something here, then I'm going to help you out with, in pointing out something that's going to help you to decide where price is moving to, because I'm about teaching you things and not necessarily just feeding you all the time, because I want you to learn and actually be able to do this on your own, not necessarily having to rely on me, but being able to rely on the community as a support group, not necessarily a place to just grab information. But when you look at these options tell you a very powerful story here. They kind of tell you, they give you an idea for where price is going to be moving for the day, because this is essentially bets that are being made on where where price is going to be moving to, and this volume is telling you this. And so, at a $7 strike price on calls, The market's saying basically, I don't think it's going to go much higher than 7. But what's the low side? The put side on this volume, highest amount is at $6.50 strike. There was 22,000 contracts an hour ago. There's now 25.8 thousand contracts. So the market's kind of indicating that there's going to be a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $7 by the end of the day, based on current day volume. But the open interest that's out there is saying by the end of the week that the price should be somewhere between $6 and $10, which is a pretty big range. One of the other things you can kind of look at is max pain. Max pain tells you the amount of positions that are going to expire out of the money, the price at which the most amount of options will expire out of the money. And for this week, as of today, this morning, it's $7. So by the end of the week, the market's suggesting that within $1 to $1.50 on either side of $7 for now, that's where the market's kind of looking for, and that jives with the idea that the market's betting on some place between $6 and $10, because $7 is right in there. It's right in that wheelhouse. So these are great things that you can look at to kind of help you to identify where price may be moving to. Taking a look at the combined price, or taking a look at, I am looking at combined price of AMC and Ape. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $8.54. I kind of have a little bit of a, this is combined price. I have a level of resistance here that I've kind of got drawn up here that we want to break through. And I'm kind of seeing a little bit of a breakthrough on this potentially coming up on our volume and price trend analysis. When you have falling volume and falling price, that's bullish. When you have rising price, and falling volume, that's bearish. So those are good things to be looking at in this particular trend right here, our most current trend down. It looks to me like volume is kind of trending downwards here. So falling volume as falling price is occurring, we may see a break to the top side. It's not 100% certainty, but the chances are much greater that this is going to break to the top than to break down further. The question is where is the break going to occur? Is it going to happen sooner or later? When you have a level of support that you, or a level of resistance, I'm sorry, that you have that you can draw out like this, where you see multiple touch points on the way down, you can kind of see where there's a level of Fibonacci retracement from the past that shows you where there's a level of support. Maybe the breakout's going to be just before those two intersect. So you get consolidation into this point and then the breakout going up. Now, longer term down the road, I see a much bigger picture kind of forming. And if I take this chart, this is a 1 minute chart here. If I take it to a 30-minute chart, kind of compress this a little bit, you can see here that I've got two different boxes set up here. I've got this one that's coming up real soon and a much larger box further out. The overall larger picture scale here, we have this ascending level of support that we've not broken down out of, and a top level of resistance that forms a bullish triangle, which is suggesting long term the breakout's going to be to the top side, but it's going to be further down the road. On a more shorter period of time, this is that same box I was showing you on the 1 minute chart here, where we have slightly kind of dropped down below this level of support, but it may only be temporary, as we may see a pushback up into that, and then potentially maybe that breakout. I'm hoping a breakout to the north side here by, I don't know, Thursday morning-ish to Friday morning-ish, somewhere around that time frame. It's a pretty large box. So I'm trying to give you high percentage probability of which way price may be moving. It's never always going to be right, but just using probability to kind of give you an idea. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape, or AMC has been only on this list for the day today. And we are on the list still, but we have a 50.69% buy to 49.31% sell ratio. So the first time in the last like 2 or 3 days, we're finally getting some more buying pressure than we're getting selling pressure, which is good. But I like to see this at a minimum at 60-40. And we're not quite there yet. So we may be done, or getting close to being done with seeing some paper hands. Because it does seem like over the last 2 to 3 days we've seen some retail paper hands going on. Ape and GME are not on this list, so I can't tell you how they're doing. But yesterday, Ape was on the list, and we had a perfectly fine buy-sell ratio. SSR trips today at $6.43. It has not tripped yet. Ape trips at 1.863 and has not tripped either. In the last hour, we've seen no change in, sorry about that. No change in the amount of shares having been borrowed. There's 1.1 million available and 45,000 in ETFs. Fees are currently at 194.4%. NASDAQ is down 0.24, Dow Jones is up 0.16, and the S&P 500 is down 0.15. We have 3,287 advancers to 3,126 decliners. The market's just slightly leaning more positive now than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at Ethereum Classic, another great example here, Jason. Ethereum Classic has been very, very strong. If I pull this up and I kind of zoom out a little bit here, Ethereum Classic has been a very strong predictor of the past of what, or the future of what AMC is going to do. When I look at this daily chart here like this, you start to notice that it looks almost identical to some of the movements that we've had on AMC. And it has literally predicted some of the price movements of AMC before they even happened. So if you want to look at a little bit longer term prospectus as to where we may see price moving to, prospectus, that's not the right word, forecast of where price is going to be moving to, then you maybe want to look to Ethereum Classic to kind of give an idea as to where price is going to go. As of right now, you can see it's kind of flatlining out right now in two different trend channels I've got here. I've got kind of like a wedge pattern, and I also have an ascending broadening wedge as well, where I'm not really expecting that to play out, but I see a breakout coming in the near future here around like the end of March. Well, that's really soon. It's real close, like a month from now. But yeah, I am seeing a breakout here, and I'm not sure which way this is going to go, but it may move up. Another great indicator, leading indicator. DXY, US dollar is currently down 0.55. Starting to head back down like it was earlier this morning, but oddly enough, I guess the SPY is recovering a little bit. WTI or oil is up 3.3%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.44 to 0.49. SPY is down 0.09, having a nice little bottom there off of 393.38, but not yet breaking here. Let's see. Let's kind of pull this back out to a 30-minute real quick. I just want to check something. Looks like I was off by a few days here on this prediction on when the breakout was going to occur, and it looks like I would have set this prediction up somewhere probably close to maybe like the 15th, and we actually ended up getting the breakout not more than a couple days later than that, and I was suggesting further down the road. And I do have a secondary box drawn here, and I'm not sure exactly why I have that one there. Oh, yep, there I do, right there. On the SPY, I'm kind of expecting to see price breaking out, going down here within the next 3 days. So, if AMC is truly negative beta to the market, and the market's going to continue to see a continuation downwards in price movement or a strong break starting on the 3rd of March, which would be on Friday this week, then it kind of gives you an idea maybe what may be coming to price. Remember, as price falls, higher volume means bearish. VIX is VIX is currently down 0.92. VBR is up 0.31. VB is up 0.3. Tesla is down 2.11. Amazon is down 1.32. Cinemark is down 0.4. Doge is up 1.19. Bitcoin is up 2.52 at 23.7K a coin. GME is down 2.39. HYMC is down 4.86. Hood is down 2.23. CS is down 2.28. Ape is down 4.35. And AMC is down 8.05%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day is approximately just shy of, it's like $4.9 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. Let me go back into 1 minute time. Let's see here. So what kind of pace are we on here? Yeah, this pace has slowed way the heck down. After 171 minutes of trading, we are on a pace for 59.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That pace has dropped off like dramatically. So dramatically now that I'm starting to wonder if my predictions even come close here. This morning I was predicting 50 to 70 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This is super low volume. But oddly enough, the Bollinger Bands here, I feel like maybe my math is off here. Hold on, let me just redo this math real quick. Nope, it's right. 59.86 million shares. Yeah, so volume falling off quite heavily right now as price came down, which is bullish, so that's good. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.37, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.76, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than, hold on a second. I'm going to call that, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.36, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 11.7 million shares traded so far for the day today after 172 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 26.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million, but I felt like we would be really closer to that 10 million side. We actually are getting more volume than I would have anticipated on Ape, but it's still within that range that I have. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.94, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.89, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.3, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got a little bit of, we've had some whipsaw in, man, on this 5-minute interval, the price cannot decide which way it's going to go here, but currently there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI is at 44.99, which is just slightly below average. My guess is that when we see AMC likely trip SSR at the end, towards the end of the day today, we may see price kind of release a little bit off of that 643. Although I know it's already kind of heading up a little bit, I would still guess that they will try to hit that 643 before the day is over. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Sam Hayes says it's been too long now with this stock. I'm sick of it. Yeah, I know, man. I know. I said the same thing when I was invested in Facebook. And look at, I bought into Facebook at, I think it was like $36, if I'm not mistaken. And, it's not doing its hot now, but, look where it's at now. Can you please give me, and it took 2 years, by the way. Casey, can you please give me your neighbor's phone number so I can call a plumber for them? No. They actually were helping me out yesterday, guys. I was trying to mad dash do some chainsaw cutting of the tree down on my first morning break in the morning, and they were real kind and helped out. And they came over. They're like doing last minute cutting stuff down, huh, Casey? And I was like, yeah, I do a lot of stuff last minute. So I was like, yeah, that's me. And but they were helping me pull the branches down out of the tree because the after our big freeze that we had here, they're just now getting out, and the trucks are coming by and picking up all the branches. And so I got the chainsaw out, was chainsawing a couple different branches off the tree real quick so I could get those in the pile so they would get out in time. Blah blah says sheep porn is trending here. Sorry, Casey. What does that mean? Sheeple? Dr. Zena says in the market 2 or 3 years of waiting is nothing. There's been 2 different times in my lifetime, Dr. Zeno, where I kind of like swore off the market after 2001 and after 2008. Both those few times. And uh, the good news is the first time I learned a really rough lesson. The second time is that I learned a more valuable lesson, but realized that the market could reach out and touch me in ways that I didn't realize they could touch me. Because I actually did a really good job of doing what you're not supposed to do, since I learned from the first time. But then, they decided to screw with my house, and then this time I feel like I'm actually in a position to where I can weather this through, making more money than I would have ever made in the past. So I really feel like this has been a learning process for me, Dr. Zeno, over the last 20 some odd years trading in the market and having had 2 different breaks. Each one of those times, the break was probably about a 1 or 2. It was probably about a year to 2 years break because I just let my position sit. I just walked away, and I was like, you know what, I'm just done. I don't even want to. I just don't want anything to do with it anymore. It's just and you're right. You're absolutely right on what you're saying. 2 to 3 years is really not a whole lot of time in the grand scheme of things. To us, it seems like forever, but that's only because we're constantly like, paying really close attention to it. I've kind of got this like ability to really just kind of ignore time, I guess. So it doesn't wear on me as much. Yeah, both times, Foo Dog. Scroll back in the chat. All right, hold on a second. Scrolling. How far back do I got to go? I don't know what I missed. I don't know. It's hard for me to go back too far. Um, oh, I can't. There's no way I can go through and read like everybody's thing on here. I see what you're saying, but yeah, I can't read it all. Uh, Belligrant ideas. Belligerent. Why can I can never read your name right. Belligerent ideas says long night at work. I don't know what the heck is up with me and not being able to read your name. Belligerent nights or ideas says long night at work. Geez, we must have horrible earnings. Laugh out loud. Still not manipulation. Yeah, I mean, it is. Paul says AMC has been around for 100 years. They will be here for at least another 100 years. So I figure I have about 40 years left in my life. So chance AMC goes to the moon in the next 40 years, 100%. I'm, in worst case scenario, this is my opinion, and take it for what it is. But in my opinion, in a worst case scenario, AMC ends up being more like a Tesla squeeze than it does necessarily like a VW squeeze. And there's not a single person who owns Tesla before they started running up in price that complained about how much they made it through Tesla in ownership of their shares. Not a single damn person. And they went through a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. There was a lot of things that happened. There was reverse splits. There was actually, I'm not sure if there was a reverse split, but I know there was a lot of splits that occurred. They were being shorted all to hell. they weathered through it and made crap tons of money. It's 11:30, guys. It's time for me to take a break. Let me make sure I've got my page set up correctly here for you guys. It looks like it's set up pretty good. And let me put up my message, and I'm going to head to break. Tank Dog says, Casey, if the vote passes, any idea when the conversion will be? I mean, tentatively, it would be, we would have to see a hearing go through, supposedly, but there's nothing that says that they couldn't drop their lawsuit, their class action lawsuit, which means that it could, if somebody saw their voting results and decided that it was not worth their time or money and effort to continue a lawsuit, then they may drop it, and at which point it could happen at any time after a four on the proposals, a four vote on the proposals. So I guess what I would say to you is you could expect it any time, but with the lawsuit in place, I believe it's the 27th of April. I think I could be wrong on the date. I'm kind of trying to remember from my head. Make sure you watch Brent and Brent and Jay and Silent Bob at break. All right, I'll check it out. I gotta check out Metal Complex Knife Review Guy too. Apparently, I sound like that guy, or somebody said I remind him of him. Brent and Jay. All right, I'll check it out. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you back at 12:10. Real quick, I'll answer Tech We Love's question. Pirateborn thinks that a reverse 10-to-1 split is like hitting the shorts with a hammer. I just want to understand why it's not okay to just combine, not reverse, then sell new combined AMC for debt. I think the thought process is that how many shares? I guess this is. Let's talk about this when I get back, Tech We Love. I mean, this is going to be something that'll take me like a few minutes to go through with you on. So I'll talk about it with you when I get back. And but I think one of the things I want you to think about while I'm gone is how many shares do you think is outstanding, synthetics included? How many shares in ownerships do you think that we own as a whole in regards to this play? And I don't care how large or how small the number is that you come up with. I just want to know what the general thesis, your thesis is on what you think the outstanding shares are, because I think that it'll help me to kind of build an idea for why I think that the reverse split's kind of needed. So we'll talk about that when I get back, though. All right, see you in a bit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Could have sworn I turned on music before I left. Guess I didn't. Don't know what happened there. Let's see here. Yeah, Yukon says AMC CHX volume up today to 1.5 million shares. Insane. Somebody is definitely closing out. Well, I mean, you can see they're closing out positions to return, to return those shares to Yukon, right? As I reported earlier, Ortex was saying that there's been 3.25 million shares having been returned for the day today. So they're obviously loaning out more shares here in order to return those shares through that exchange. So it kind of makes sense. It all is tied in together. You heard the music? It was better. It was better than the silence was better than music, huh? Well, let's take a look at the numbers. Let me get rid of the message on the screen here. Ooh, hey blah blah. I tried looking up the Brent. I don't know what it was you were trying to get me to look up. I tried looking it up and it wasn't showing up anything specific. Can you lead me to like a specific what was I supposed to look up specifically? Was there like a specific song or what's the name of the song? All right, and then while you're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and log in and to my broker real quick here. All right. Let me take you over to the other screen, but hold that blah blah. Hold that thought until after I get back, until you see the big tramp back up on the screen, so I can see what it is you're writing. Let's see here. Let's see what we got going on with these numbers real quick. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we've got 55.45% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.33, the combined total 66.78%. That's about 3.78% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 5.26, and as you said, 1.533 million shares with a 30-day average of 1.84. This is out of control. They're getting screwed on this right here, guys. They're getting really screwed right now. On Ape, off exchange is at 50.65 and EDGX is at 8.34. That's going to put us at about 58.99 or basically 59. So we're about 4% lower than we would normally be by this time of the day on volume through those exchanges on Ape. CHX volume on Ape is 0.03% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.07, so it's pretty low. On GME, it's CHX is 0.06 with 30-day average of 0.37, so also low, and HYMC is 0. On Ortex, total amount of shares returned so far for the day today an hour ago was 3.25 million shares. That value is now at 2.72 million shares, which means they're borrowing the shares back. Now that they've returned them, they're borrowing them back out there again. Somebody's got to pay off. Somebody's got to pay off failure to delivers that they've got. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise to 25.74%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 314.48. Cost per max is at 338.93. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 198.45 million shares. That is 1.36 million shares lower than yesterday. And Ortex estimating about 465,000 of that was in short interest, day over day less, or more, more short interest. On Ape, an hour ago there was 1.3 million shares having been borrowed or returned rather, and it's now 1.27 million, so that's an increase of borrowed shares, but it doesn't seem to have really affected the estimated short-term interest. The free float too much, it was such a small change, which is now showing at 5.83%. Cost borrow min is at 7.6, average 10.9, and max is at 12.51. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2.6 million shares, 2.61 million shares to 27.95 million shares on loan. On options, highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $7 strike. That is still the case. It went from 28.7 thousand contracts to 33.2. Uh-oh, what do we got going on here? Give me 1 second here. Oh, I see what's going on. On puts at a $6.50 strike, that was the highest amount of volume that we had for puts earlier this morning. It still is. We went from 25.82 contracts to 26.8. Small change there. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $7 for AMC by the end of the day today. Price is total price combined between AMC and Ape is at $8.59. Let me put this back on a 1 minute chart here and zoom in on this just a tad bit. Getting really, really super close to seeing that consolidation and perhaps a breakout north of this descending level of resistance. So hopefully we can get the push through that and also break through 878 again here. It's always such a struggle. It does look like we've gotten some additional volume kind of coming through in here in the last hour. Let's check out our numbers. On orders by Fidelity customers, AMC has been on this list for months. Actually, real quick, before I go into that, I just want to draw something real fast here because I kind of see a level of a trending level of support. So it looks like the box that I've got drawn out here is going to be a little bit too late. It may actually end up happening a little bit beforehand. I'm not going to redraw it. I'm just going to leave it where it's at, though. Man, what's going on with Fidelity? All right, we'll come back to that one. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $6.43. Ape at 1.863. Shares available to borrow. Nothing new borrowed in the last hour. We'll probably see another 50 to 100,000 shares borrowed though before the end of the day is over. Fees are 188.4%. Finally got Fidelity to finally load up here. AMC is on the list here. We have a 50.7% buy to 49.2% sell ratio. Looking pretty good. Ape and GME have not been on the list all day today, likely due to low volume. NASDAQ is down 0.5. Dow Jones is up 0.01. The SP 500 is down 0.36. We have 3,210 advancers to 3,211 decliners. The market is just fractionally more declining than advancing, and definitely worse off than it was an hour ago. Ethereum Classic is up 2.17. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.42. WTI, or oil, is up 3.39. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.6 to 0.64, and the SPY is down 0.28. VIX is up 0.19, VBR is up 0.28, VB is up 0.16, Tesla is down 2.2, Amazon is down 2.03, Cinemark is down 0.88, Doge is up 1.28, Bitcoin is up 2.48 at 23.7 a coin, GME is down 3.64, HYMC is down 3.78, HUD is down 2.73, CS is down 2.12, Ape is down 5.31, and AMC is down 7.42. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $4 million more. It's actually 3.9 million more outflow than inflow. 29.94 million shares traded so far after 232 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 50.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares, and so it's really looking like I'm not going to make my prediction on volume for the day. Unless we see some large amounts of volume in the back half of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, we do have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 50.16, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 42.63, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.22, which is slightly below average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.1, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 13.66 million shares traded so far after 233 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. We are definitely looking like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.41, which is that's below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.75, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.46, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.38, which is slightly below average. Let's see here. Let's put it on 1 minute. Let's see if I can see some daily trend here kind of going on. We may have a descending or an ascending parallel channel forming. If that's what this is, then I would expect to see price drop down first, head back down, and touch at least the secondary touching point, which is going to be right around that 647 range. But since they're going to be down there, it's going to be 643, and then more than likely you're going to see that bounce and return, and then we'll see a new high. Based off of those numbers, I could probably calculate out what it's going to drive to. But I'll wait for it to get down and actually touch that SSR before I calculate it out. On Ape, man, this barcoding is ridiculous. This could break at any time now. I mean, it's already consolidating enough in here, and you can see that the Bollinger Bands have gotten pretty tight here. I really feel like Ape could break to either direction at any time here. Let me see if I can see what the trend channel is kind of indicating. This is suggesting a break to the top. We have falling price, and it's hard to say if we have falling volume or not here. All right. Sidewards trading, reduce volume. Same story. Let's see. Did blah blah put in the song name? It's a scene in Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back in which Brent, played by Sean William Scott, is picked up in a van as a hitchhiker, and he sings "Noble Rabbit." All right, I'll check out Noble. I'll look for Noble Rabbit. That'll help. Javi says, Casey, your voice needs Viagra. I need to get a helium tank. I need to get a helium tank and make it interesting. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing all right. And y'all were talking like I overslept today. I actually really didn't oversleep. I was actually sitting down at the computer for about 15 minutes before I normally start, and I was having a real tough time coming up with a title for the day today. Everything that I was wanting to put in, I kept saying no, no, don't like that, don't like that, and so I just went with AMC beats estimates is down who to thunk, because that's the best title for sure. That is the most obviously the best title. Should I Photoshop a boss beard on Casey? Only do that if you Photoshop a Casey beard on boss. Like we'll play beard swap day and see what that looks like. Let me fix Stonka tracker. There we go. Dr. Zena says, "Don't worry, Shaw. We're close now. Only a few more years to go." I think they did beat estimates. Myself. Hold on a second. AMC reported a fourth quarter adjusted loss of 14 cents a share. Wall Street was expecting a loss of 21 cents. Sounds like a beat to me. No, yeah, that negative 0.26 I don't think is correct. I don't know, man. I'm seeing 0.21 and 0.14. Weeble, unfortunately, is showing the wrong. So there was a lot of misinformation that was kind of handed out, and some people are saying it's negative 0.26, and some are saying that it was negative 0.14. So Hold up a second. I've got. I haven't actually had a chance to go through the numbers yet here. Let me. I was pulling it up earlier this morning. I've got them sitting here in front of me. I got to go through this and look at it. Let's see here. Actually, I wonder if I just probably could do this a lot easier if I just do this. Nope, doesn't like that. No. I haven't actually gone through this. I need to go through this. I need to go through the data. I'm looking right now to see if they've got it listed as a bullet point or something like that. I didn't actually. I haven't had a chance to go through the filing yet. Let's see here. Man, this is the most boring reading ever. I really hate reading through documents. It's probably like one of the least fun things to do ever. Hey, there's a breakdown here on each state and how many theaters and screens they have. I don't think I've seen them put that up before. That's kind of cool. Let's see here. Man, it's gonna take forever. I'm on page 31 now. There's so much like to just rehash on this, and it's like I'm trying to skip over as much as I possibly can to get to the good stuff here. Looks like they own 41 theaters and lease 824. I know a lot of times, oftentimes the debt scene for AMC is based off of the leases that which are basically like a cost of operations every single quarter or however often they have to pay. I would assume they pay probably monthly on their leases like most people do, but they end up having to pay on these leases, and it's going to be cost of operations, which oftentimes we've seen this in the past where a lot of shills try to roll that into the as part of the debt. They look at the total amount of leasing amount that they have as part of cost of operations set up in there and saying like, it's an additional $6 billion worth of debt because they're looking at the total lease value for the entire time the AMC is supposed to be in those, and then wrapping that into the debt that the company holds to try and make it look like the situation is way worse than it actually it is. And so whenever I see people who throw those numbers out like that, it's a red flag as to what their intentions are, what they're trying to portray. Because you can't do that. You can't wrap in the cost of operations into your debt. Hmm. Yeah, I got a lot of reading to do this weekend. All right. Let's see here. Year ended December 31st. They total this out. Looks like they do total it out, maybe. So since 28, I guess since 2020, earnings, it says right here, earnings loss per share attributed to AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated common stockholder, basic and diluted, which are the same value. In 2020, it was 1958. On 2021, it was 133, and this year it was 0.93. So it's definitely improving, but I would have to check and see I still don't have a value here for. Let me keep on going. Gotta scroll some more here. Net loss improved by 300 million, roughly. And that's just for U.S. markets. International markets actually kind of went a little bit worse. Didn't improve by 40 million in international markets, and then consolidated. The consolidated is just about that 300 million that I kind of rounded on the U.S. markets. So the consolidated was really darn close to it, like 296 million improvement. Okay, so we had a positive EBITDA at 59.6. International markets was negative 13. So the total adjusted was 46.6 when you subtract out that international market loss. EBITDA for last year in 2021, not last year, but the year before, that was 290. It was negative 291 million, and so there was a gain in 46.6 million this year. So let me since I've got that number right there, I should be able to pull up what EBITDA estimates were, and then we can go from there and see. Let's see. Of course, I guess it really kind of depends on who I pull it up on for on their estimates, but I can get like a general idea. 1.05. Where am I going to find this at? So it looks like there were some it depends on of course whose estimates it is that you're looking at. But some estimates were saying that 977 was the expected 977 million was the expected amount, and we achieved 990. Although when I was looking through the data there, it did look like we hit about 1.05 billion. So it's kind of odd, but it does say here similarly, its per share loss amounted to 14 cents instead of the anticipated 21 cents. So the company reported 3.91 billion, and I'm looking at investing.com right now. It says 3.91 billion in revenue for the entire year, a significant increase compared to 2.53 billion in 2021. Still, the company suffered a net loss of 287.7 million in Q4. But as I just read off to you guys, that was a far less loss than what we'd had previously. So year over year, we're doing better, and but obviously, we know the company is still in the red, and that's not going to change until they fix the amount of debt that they have. So, but I mean, I'm looking here. That's just one. That's just one. Mm. Yeah, I think the consensus here is that we beat the earnings reports estimates, I should say. Even Zacks is reporting that they were expected to beat the estimates ahead of Q4. So I think we beat the estimates. Of course, I guess it depends on who you're looking at, but I think most estimates out there are saying uh, that we beat it. Well, I mean, every financial institution kind of comes up with their own estimates, blah blah. So I mean, it's really kind of dependent upon who you look at, right? It really just kind of depends on whose estimates you're pulling. And then especially this particular section right here in the filing says total revenues increased 1.3 billion during the year ending December 31st, 2022 compared to the year end of December 31st, 2021. Admission revenue increased 807.2 million during the year ending December 31st, 22 compared to the year ending December 31st, 2021, preliminary due to an increase in attendance from 128.5 million patrons to 201 million patrons and a 0.9% increase in average ticket price. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at. I wonder what. I didn't look to see what the food concessions differences were here. Food and beverage. Let's see here. Okay, so from 2021 to 2022, we increased concessions on food and beverage specifically. We increased from 857 million to 1.313 billion. in concessions. So that's a pretty big jump right there. Nearly just slightly more than $500 million in concessions year over year. It's pretty decent numbers. Well, I'm basing it off of what there's all the different. So here's the difference, right? Like one of the things, the difference between um, adjusted and non-adjusted. Hold on a second, I'll read it to you. Adjusted EPS is going to be a type of EPS calculation in which the analyst makes adjustments to the numerator. Typically, this consists of adding or removing components of net income that are deemed to be non-reoccurring. I don't think. Let me check something real quick here. Let me check something. I gotta scroll way. This document is so big. There's so many pages on this thing. This is definitely gonna be a hell of a work through this weekend. But we've got a total of, man, 168 pages, but that's not including some of the extra content that's in here, though. Let me go through here and see, because there's so much in here. Don't care about that. So I mean, I'm gonna have to go through and try and see if I can't figure out where it's reporting those numbers, because I'm not seeing it right off the top here. But I can tell you that the EBITDA is showing a positive number here, and that's after taking into account even the international markets, which were showing a negative value. But it is showing a positive number on that. So um, I'm still looking. Honestly, I'm probably not. There's no way for me to go through all of this information and actually try and make sense of it all, especially after a 9-hour stream, which is why I don't touch it after the aftermarket hours when I get done streaming. This is why I'm just now looking at it for the very first time here. But I usually save this stuff for the weekend, so once I go over this on the weekend, I can look through it all and kind of, let's see, get a better understanding of what the numbers mean and whether or not they look positive. But I mean, I don't even really have to do that to say that the title for the day to day is accurate because most of the news articles that are out there that are being reported right now are saying we beat estimates. So regardless of whether or not the adjusted is something that Tony would use, even those who were predicting higher values for their estimates are saying that we beat them. So Daniel says, do you think Ape's gonna really rally up before this reverse split? I think it all probably depends, Daniel, on the vote. To be honest, I think the vote's gonna probably make the difference. AMC is currently at $6.50. I had $6.75 for a closing price for the day today. Most of the options are suggesting a closing price between $6.50 and $7. We are kind of getting back close down to that $6.43 level to trigger SSR for the day today. Ape is at 193, and I was suggesting 222 by the end of the day on Ape, so that's a little bit lower than I would have anticipated. I do think that when AMC triggers SSR, I do think that we'll probably tend to see price rising back up again after that occurs. Man, I never trust Yahoo Finance for most of their numbers. Yahoo Finance is like probably one of the worst that's like getting your news. If you get your news from Yahoo Finance, I laugh. I used to laugh at all my coworkers who got their news off of Yahoo Finance. That's like tabloids. It's the worst possible place to get information from. It's like the most unreliable. Do you think your beard can hold me if I decide to swing from it? I don't want to try and see. Hale says, Casey, so you do think yes vote will start the squeeze or a no vote? Um, I don't really think that either of those would cause a squeeze to occur. Um, not. I don't think either one of those would cause a squeeze to occur right away. Daniel, it's supposed to be confusing. It really is supposed to be confusing. Do we as shareholders have the right or the ability to see the tabulated vote numbers for the merger and split? They usually put those numbers out in later on down the road. They usually show up in like either the quarterly or the yearly. Uh, I would imagine since we haven't had the yearly report. Uh, actually, what was this one? This was a. I didn't even look to see what this report was. I just had it pulled up. This can't be the. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is just a 10K. This is not the 10Q. So 10Q. No, 10K is the yearly. Wait, is 10K the yearly or is 10K the? That is the annual report. All right, never mind. We did have the 10K. The 10K reporting is the yearly, so we did have the 10K. That is the annual report. That explains why it's so stupid long. So yeah, if it doesn't show, since we're having the vote after the yearly, my guess is that if there's going to be any place where we would see that, it's going to end up being in the quarterly. So it would be on the Q1 or after they, I think it's like, what is it? Is it May? May or June when we would have the next shareholder quarterly meeting. Should be June. Last year it was June 10. The 10Q was on. Come on, pull it up. 10Q was on 5/9, so I guess it was May. It was beginning portion of May of last year. So you'll probably, if there's going to be any place where you'll see it there. And as to whether or not that's something we can request to have put in there, I have no idea on that one. I'm really not sure. Well, that's the whole point, Sammy. That is the whole point here. That's what all of this is meant to do to you, is to cause you to lose hope. It really isn't, for me, it's not really a hope thing, right? I know what the numbers tell me, and I know what it is that I see is happening. So I don't need hope. I have numbers. Myself says, is the overall market improving? I don't think so. And I would say, based off of some of the more recent numbers that we've seen, that's not the case at all. Tech We Love says, in regards to your question to me before the break, I don't even know what number of shares is out there. I'll probably vote yes on 3 because I'm not sure I'm going to understand it any better. So I can't. That's really kind of crucial to the topic, though, unfortunately, because what I would express to you is because I was talking about it being a Trojan horse in regards to Ape being a Trojan horse. Is that if you look at what is essentially happened there is you've had you had Ape created. Institutions immediately decided that they were going to start shorting it down, and then found out that they weren't going to be able to get any kind of options trading going on there. So they weren't going to be able to do their normal effery that they typically do with the security. And but they still shorted the price down, right? We watched the price get shorted all the way from, it went as high as 10 at one point, all the way down to like, what was it, 65 cents a share or something like that, right? And so the thing is there's, because of the shorting that's been going on there, those positions are likely going to have to be reconciled before any conversion can take place. If those positions are reconciled, that's going to cost somebody a lot of money, a lot of people a lot of money, because there's going to be a lot of reconciliation going on. So the question is then what happens to the outstanding shares that are going to be transferred back over? And we all know when everything gets converted over, it's going to have a reverse split of what is a 10-to-1 ratio, right? So my thought process on this is this: if you were to believe, and I don't care what number you take, but whether it's high or it's low, but if you believe that the float is more than, if you think the outstanding shares is more in existence than there actually is available to be traded, when the reverse split occurs, anybody who is short a position will also have that position reduced as well. But the problem is there's going to be so far fewer shares available out there to be traded. And guess where they're going to be? They're going to be in the possession of AMC. AMC is going to hold all the additional shares from that conversion and reverse split. because the numbers say it, right? It's right directly in the numbers that they give to us in the breakdown of what's going to happen. So we're going to have outstanding shares at 144 million shares, and AMC is going to be holding on to an additional 403 million, almost 404 million outstanding shares. So essentially what's happening is he's taking the dilution that's occurred through the creation of synthetic positions, he's consolidating them, and he's holding on to them. And if you want to think of it about as like a Trojan horse, they jumped head first into the whole Trojan horse and started shorting it down almost immediately. When you convert all this back over and now Adam Aaron holds on to the remaining portion or the large portion of those shares that they should normally be able to be trading with, but because they've been loaning shares and creating a lot of synthetic positions, he's going to be holding on to the vast majority of them. And if they want those shares in order to be able to continue to short down the price, they're going to have to buy them off of Adam Aaron. If they need to deliver on shares that are outstanding because they have requirements to deliver on, they're going to have to get them from someplace. And when he consolidates everything down by a 10-to-1 ratio, and there's now only that one out of that 10 sitting left, and he's holding the other 9 in his possession, he is now forcing the market to trade around a reduced position when all their positions have been created based off of the idea that there was going to be 1.4 billion shares out there in existence to be traded. So that's essentially what's happening here is it's acted like a Trojan horse that they went into, they started diluting synthetically into, and all that position is going to be something that he's consolidating down and is going to be holding on to that. So it's there's a term I want to use here, and I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a bad term that you're not supposed to use anymore, so I'm not going to use it. But he gave him a punching bag, and they went ahead and punched it, and they punched it as hard as they possibly could, and that's gonna come back and bite him back in all of this. So. Dick says, nice theory. I bet none of your theory will come to fruition. Okay. Shaw, I think Aaron and the board of directors had this whole thing foreseen and planned all along for the pinch they now have on the toots. Yeah, I mean there is some downside to this. There's always downside to everything. There's always negative parts that you can't control. And part of that is we do lose control in part of this, right? Like if you are a firm believer that that apes hold the vast majority of positions in existence, technically that's the truth. You can see that rate in institutional ownership; it's not very much. Do we lose control of that, and can we force AMC to spend the money how they want? Nope. Nope, it's out of our hands. Once we relinquish the ability for Adam Aaron to hold those shares, he gets to decide how he's going to sell them and how he's going to either pay down debt or make future purchasing acquisitions of other movie theaters. So really, what this kind of comes down to is are you kind of do you trust the CEO to continue to carry on a company that he's been trying to save here over the last 2 years, where he's taken, as somebody's saying right here, they're talking about the popcorn. He's taken a lot of our different ideas and he's ran with them and turned them into some good profitable earnings. So you have to ask yourself, do you relinquish that power and give it up to the boss who's been running this thing and keeping the show going? That is one of the negative side effects. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm 15 minutes beyond taking a look at the numbers, so let me get into these numbers real quick and see where we're at. I can't believe I have to do movie trivia questions on Cool Runnings. It's gonna be like the worst movie. You guys are like, you literally like put yourselves in a position where it's gonna be like the worst movie trivia ever. Nobody's gonna probably get any of the answers, or maybe you will. I don't know. One of the two. Let's see here. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the day, I'd expect to see 54 or 64% between off exchanges and EDGX exchanges combined. As it stands right now, it's 55.45. Actually, did I refresh this? There we go. It's 55.97% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 11.04. Combined is 67.01%, or 3.01% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 4.98, which is 1.548 million shares having gone through that exchange, which is super high. I get excited over 1 million shares. 1.5 is crazy. 30-day average on that is 1.84, so it's more than double. Ape is currently showing 49.21% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 12.43, which is 61.64% in total. That's about 2.36% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2.02% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 0.07. On GME, CHX volume is 0.05%, 30-day average is 0.37. And on HYMC, CHX volume is non-existent. Those who are loaning out shares of AMC are going to be, I think are going to end up being probably the most pissed when AMC or Ape, I should say, is if Ape is converted into AMC. I think the people who are loaning shares are going to be the most pissed, because they will not be entitled to a share coming back to them. Just kind of throwing that out there as food for thought. I'm not suggesting any of you guys are loaning your shares, but if you're on margin or you don't know if your shares are being loaned out or not, be careful. Borrowed change amount on AMC, as of right now, or as of an hour ago, is 2.72 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.48 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising that short share interest of the free float to 25.75%. Cost per minute 1.04. Average 304.85, and max is 342.18. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased by 1.36 million shares at 198.45, highest number I've ever seen. Did I ever write that down? Make sure I recorded it. Okay, I did. And then Ortex has estimated that 465,000 of that 1.36 million shares was new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 1.27 million shares having been borrowed. It's now only 868,000 shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise up to 5.86%. Cost to borrow minutes at 7.6, average 11.85, and max 12.51. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 2.61 million shares day over day, and that puts us at 27.95 million shares on loan. Looking at options. At a $7 strike for calls, an hour ago there was 33.2 thousand contracts. There's now 36.9. On puts, at a $6.50 strike, an hour ago there was 26.8 thousand contracts. There's now 27.5. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $7 before the day is over. As of right now, we have a combined price at $8.50. I was shooting for $8.97 by the end of the day, so hoping to see a little bit of a run up here towards the end of the day here. got a little bit of a breakout below, not rising up, but actually below before my box I've got set up here. They keep just keeping hammering the price down right here, and they're retesting 850 over and over and over. Until we get that SSR breaking, I have a feeling they're just going to stick this price right here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for. AMC has a 51.21% buy to 48.79% sell ratio. Ape and GME are not on the list. Trigger price for SSR is at $6.43. Ape is at 1.863. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow that 100,000 shares. I thought they might borrow somewhere between 50 and 100,000 shares before the day was over. Looks like they're going to need that end of the day shares to kind of manage price down as they probably are expecting it to rise a little. So we're at 1.15 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are currently at 173.6%. ETFs have been untouched in the last hour. NASDAQ is down 0.67, Dow Jones is down 0.19, and the S&P 500 is down 0.53. We have 3,493 decliners to 2,958 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. Ethereum Classic is up 2.07%. DXY is showing down 0.32, starting to rise a little bit. WTI or oil is up 3.88. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.7 to 0.72. SPY is down 0.5%. VIX is up 0.53. VBR is down 0.8. VB is down 0.11. Tesla is down 1.73. Amazon is down 2.55. Cinemark is down 1.95. Doge is up 1.17. Bitcoin is up 2.23, which is 23.6 a coin. GME is down 3.28. HYMC is down 4.5. Hood is down 3.11. CS is down 2.28. Ape is down 6.04. And AMC is down 8.82. Let's see here. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We've got about $4.25 million more outflow than inflow. 31.96 million shares traded so far, which is definitely not going to be breaking my volume prediction for the day. We're at 293 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 42.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's definitely lower than the volume prediction I put up at 50 to 70 million shares. I hate being over. It really pisses me off. I really hope we see like tons of volume at the very end of the day that kind of boosts it up here, but it doesn't always happen. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 48.53, which is just about average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 40.42, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, still tons and tons of whipsaw kind of going on here on Vortex indicator, but currently slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure, with 40.14 being RSI. That is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 43.55, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ape. Let's see here. Inflow versus outflow. There's approximately, let's just call it $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.64 million shares traded so far for the day today, with 295 minutes worth of trading having expired. We are on a pace for 21.99 million shares on Ape for the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I predicted. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.41, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.05, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.42. Which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.8, which is below average. Let's see here. Looks like they're dragging Ape down, getting it close. It'd be interesting to see if Ape and AMC manage to break SSR at around the same time. I don't know that I've seen that happen before. It would be really interesting to see if it does today. Food Dog GME was a bankrupt company. I'm just teasing. No, they weren't a bankrupt company, not yet, not at the time, but they were definitely heading that direction. But I see what you're saying. Do you think, Island Dr. Moreau says, do you think it would be a reason why thy would not want to trigger they would not want to trigger SSR so they can hit it tomorrow? I mean it's not very often that you see them push the price down this much to not trip it. So I would lean more towards the idea that they didn't find the shares that they needed to get down to that price level to push it down. Although I would say most of the time they can just you've seen it happen on many occasions where you just see like a random rapid drop in price. I would actually watch for it to happen at the very end of the day today. This is like we've seen it happen before where it just rips down like massively hard right at the very end of the day. I don't think that that's normally the case, especially after 2 days where we had extremely large amounts of volume. Always Learning says, saving seriously, look at the price action. A robot is trading both of these stocks today. Well, it's yeah. I mean, there's always an algorithm out there that's all these different algorithms from different brokerages that are trading these, and they're trading back and forth. It's not hard to see it in the order books, but it's that way every single day. It's never not that way. And the crazy part is you can go and look at it, any stock you want to and see it. Yeah, it is usually this bad. It's it's usually this bad. I don't feel like this is I don't see anything unusual right now. So it does seem pretty constant. Yeah, Max Payne is $7 and here we are sitting at 651. Belarge says, this is bad, bro. No, I don't think so. It's just more of the same stuff we usually see. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break. I will be back at 2:10. We'll do movie trivia for Cool Runnings, which I have no idea why you guys would vote that over Oh Brother, Where Art Thou and Rounders. I can understand why Oh Brother, Art Thou beat out Rounders, but how in the world you guys voted Cool Runnings, I have no idea. Let me put up my message real quick here. Tim, how's it going, man? Cool message you sent me the other day. I thought that was pretty neat. I don't want to just blurt it out or anything, but I thought that was pretty neat. All right. I will see you guys back here at 2:10.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right. So price started coming up a little bit on AMC. We're at 659 right now, and Ape is at 190, and we're getting this like really large amounts of volume on that run up in price, and we're seeing this like last minute push for the end of the day here. It looks like they really want to drive Ape down into hitting SSR trip at 1863. And maybe they'll try and push for that as well on AMC at the same time. I don't know. We may see like this, like just both of them just dropping kind of near the end of the day here. But let's talk about toasting. Since it is time to toast, censored content, who's probably not here today, and I wouldn't blame him for wanting to spend his birthday someplace else. Yeah, I don't think he's here. So hopefully he's enjoying his birthday someplace. But it is his birthday today, and he asked for a tragically hip song, so that's the reason for the song for the day today. Yeah. So when we get there, when we get to the song, you'll understand. You'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. It was just something he requested. So to censored content, our reigning champion of movie trivia, who somehow or another is going to miss cool runnings for the day today. To his birthday, may he have a great birthday and a great rest of the year. Cheers to censored content. Casey, have you seen the 13F filing by Citadel SEC dated 2022, December 31st? I have not. I have not seen it. Let's see here. I can go look it up though later, because it is time to take a look at the numbers right now. Sending it via DM. Okay. Let me take a look at the numbers here, and we can look into that. I can look at it a little bit here. Let's see. Let me take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. No two-factor authentication speech. This day is trading sideways as hell right now because we're just moving sideways, which I'll show you in a minute here. But let's take a look at off exchange first. I would expect to see those numbers around 66% between off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, it is 56.6% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.72. The grand total net 67.32%, or 1.32% higher than it should be. CHX volume is nearly 5%. It's 4.94% of the total daily volume at 1.651 million shares going through that exchange. That is extremely high. On Ape, as of right now, we got 49.01% going through Ape, and Ape's off exchanges, and EDGX at, I shouldn't say it's Apes, it's actually brokers off exchanges, not Apes. I'm sorry. But EDGX is at 11.93. For combined total 60.94%. So we're about 5% low on this one for the day-to-day. CHX volume at 0.02. The total daily volume and 30-day average is 0.07, so that's obviously very low. GME's CHX volume for the day is at 0.05% with a 30-day average at 0.37. And HYMC is 0 shares going through that exchange. Taking a look at AMC and Ape Ortex data, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately I lost my numbers. Oh, there. 2.48 million shares having been borrowed for the day or returned for the day. It's now 2.59, so just slightly more shares returned. It's really not going to have too much impact on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 25.75%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average is 308.87, and max is at 342.18. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased by 1.36 million shares. Ortex estimating that 465,000 of that was in new short interest day over day, with shares on loan at 198.45 million. On Ape, earlier today, showing an hour as of an hour ago, is 868,000 shares having been returned on Ape. It is now 866. Not really much of a change. Going to leave that estimated short share interest, the free float, at 5.86%. Cost per minute is at 7.6, average 11.85, and max at 12.51. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.95 million shares. And that is 2.61 million more shares on loan today than there were yesterday. Options. Highest amount of call options today has been at a $7 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 36.9 thousand contracts. There is now 41,000 contracts in volume for the day today. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6.50 strike. There was 27.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's 27.8 now. Those have really slowed down quite a bit here, and the market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $7 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're $8.49. I think it was like $8.50 an hour ago, so not like a whole lot of change. I mean, no, it's just trading sideways. We're just getting like massive consolidation right now. That's about it. Not really much to report or show on here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been in the top 10 most of the day today. Most heavily traded stocks. And buy-sell ratios, 51% buy, 51.1% buy to 48.9% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent. GME Ape not on this list due to low volume. SSR triggers at $6.43 for AMC. Does not look like they have borrowed any more shares here in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 173.6%. NASDAQ is down 0.68, Dow Jones is down 0.14, S&P 500 is down 0.51. We have 3,479 decliners to 2,979 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. It's worse off than it was an hour ago. Ethereum Classic is up 1.5%. DXY is showing down 0.37. WTI or oil is up 4.1. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.66 to 0.71, and the SPY is down 0.43. VIX up 0.39. VBR is up 0.05. VB is down 0.03. Tesla's down 1.2. Amazon down 2.39. Cinemark down 1.95. Doge is up 0.69. Bitcoin is up 1.44 at 23.4 a coin. GME is down 4.06, HYMC is down 4.99, HUD is down 3.33, CS is down 2.61, Ape is down 8.14, and AMC is down 8.61. It does look like they're really trading these very, very closely to each other as of right now. AMC currently has $4.7 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 35.05 million shares traded so far after 349 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 39.16 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares. Not going to hit those numbers, so I got to do better on predicting because they're throwing me for a loop lately on AMC. I've been missing way more days than I'd like to be from the past. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.18, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.9, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.37, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47 or 45.95, which is slightly below average. On Ape, There's approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 19.49 million shares having been traded after 350 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Putting us on a pace for 21.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and in pre-market it suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. Looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.54, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.91, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.23, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.77, which is below average. Let's see. I don't know. I thought for sure we'd trip SSR, but it'll be something else to see it just dropping like crazy at the very end of the day to trigger that. They got a lot of work to do on AMC. Ape has the volatility for it. AMC doesn't look like it does, but Ape has the volatility for it to be able to drop down. Let's see here. I feel like let me see if I can find the DM here. I'm not sure what it is I'm supposed to be seeing on this. It's showing a holding report, and it's saying in the holding report here, it's talking about in thousands. Let me see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it is that I'm supposed to be seeing. I'm not sure what it is that I'm supposed to be seeing on this 13F cover page. What is it that I'm supposed to be seeing in that cover page there? I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me. 428 trillions being in holding. Okay, well, that's what I kind of figure, right? It was the thousands, right? So hold on, let me pull it back up again here. Where did it go? Where did I put that? I have so many dang tabs open here that when I click on, oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So in thousands, 428,086,473,329. Yeah. Is that right? Or should we be putting on additional 13F information table value total? I need to do some investigating onto what this is. This is their holdings report here. And I can't make out whether or not that's what they hold in. I mean, I don't know what the value is, right? Value in regards to what for that 13F though. Positions that they owe, it's not very clear. Jathan says, I saw that and also saw that it was updated to billions instead of trillions. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how it's written in there. It's in thousands. I don't know. In case you guys wanted to see in case you guys wanted to see it too, because I didn't, I can put it up here for you guys to be able to click on the link. I don't know if he sleeps good at night, Frank. You say that. You say that, but the people that he's investing with are not the type of people that are going to let him off the hook all that easily. So we got about 4 more minutes before we do the movie trivia questions. I'm kind of curious to see how you guys do today. Let me just do something real quick here. I got to write something down real fast. Kniff. Knife is such an interesting word. But Lake already has a point going in today here. Balarkey. My board is erased. I'm ready to go for movie trivia. So in 1 minute from now, I'm going to tell you guys to ready up by hitting live so that you can make sure that you hear the questions before or be not lagging behind in the feed. Barry Electronics says if Censored isn't here, we might have a chance. I don't know, man. I made these questions tough today, or at least tougher than usual. I figured if you guys are gonna give me a movie like Cool Runnings, I'm gonna give it to you hard. And it's looking like we're gonna get Oh Brother Art Thou, meaning that out of like 30 different movies, y'all choose Rounders as being the last movie that you want to see trivia on, which I find extremely odd because it's not a bad movie. That's right, Yucca Frida. They're gonna get it hard. You just wait. Food Hawk says Red 5, not that it matters, internet sucks. I don't think you guys are gonna get today's. I know I say this like all the time. Like I just don't think there's any way that you guys get today's final question right. So much to this point to where I feel like I could probably say it's worth 3 points. I normally give two, but in this particular case, I think I would probably give three. Arby says Rounders is a great movie. Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. But for some reason, everybody picked this one last out of all the movies for movie trivia. They picked this one last. So go figure. No. Jamancia, Jamaica, Jamaica is not correct. If I can get it, pirate, that's as close as you have to get. Yeah, bobsled is not the answer. No. Yep, you got so many wrong already. It's crazy. Shoot, I forgot to put it in here. Hit live now. Hit ready now. Hit live. I meant to say hit live. Hit live. All right. You guys. Here we go. All right. Barry says he's ready. Here we go. First question of the day. What year was the Winter Olympics held that included the Jamaican bobsled team that qualified for the first time? What year? What year Olympics? Winter Olympics was it? 98 is not correct. No. 88 is correct by Frank Lehman. 1988 is correct. Correct. you guys thought you were gonna get it easy today. Nope. Some of them are easy. What happens to Dries when he is trying out for the Olympics for sprinting? Why did he not make it? What specifically happened to him? Tripped by Yucca Frida is correct. When the team is deciding a name for the bobsled for bobsledding, Junior suggests a name right off the bat. What is that? What is the name? Tallulah by Yucca Frida is correct. Who's the actor that plays the coach for the bobsled team? I'm gonna give it to you, Candy, because I didn't say that you had to say the full name. So yeah, Candy, John Candy's correct for ABC. I meant to say I needed the full name. Bill Murray. No, it was not Bill Murray. Let's see here. Who does Dries see a picture of that gives him the idea to start the bobsledding team? Yucca Frida for father is correct. All right, next question. What did Yul Brynner do to earn money to get to the Olympics? Arm wrestle by Yucca Frida is correct. How did they get the bulk of their money? Frank Lehman. You suck, Frank. Yucca Frida for the point. I hadn't even read the question yet, Frank. You're cheating here, buddy. Winners are not cheaters. Winners are not cheaters here. I told you I was gonna throw you. I told you guys I was gonna throw you for a loop on this one today. I knew you guys were trying to cheat here. What was the finishing time for the bobsled team after finishing their first run? What was the finishing time for the bobsleds team after finishing their first run? Man, I'm gonna stump you guys on this one. This is what happens when you ask for a movie that you don't even know. On their first run in the Olympics, what time did they get? You guys don't know? You didn't see the movie? None of y'all saw the movie. Aaron says there should be a time limit. I know, right? See, this just proves that they didn't. This just disqualified is close. It's close, but they crash is the correct answer by Jeffrey Graham. They crashed. There was no qualifying time. Did not finish is the answer. So Jeffrey Graham, I'm going to give you the point for that one. This is what you guys get for not even you don't even know the movie. You're just going to the websites and looking up the answers. Graham for a point. They weren't disqualified. That is not the correct answer. DNR would have been correct. I would have accepted DNR. That is correct. Next one. Yul Brynner carries a picture of his dream home. What's a picture of? Yeah, it was a trick question. I said I was going to make it hard today because I knew y'all were going to just pick it from the place that I always go to pick my questions from. So I decided to make it hard. Yucca Frida for Buckingham Palace is correct. I kind of figured this would be your favorite movie of all times, Yucca. All right, and last question. If you guys can guess, I'm going to give 3 points today. It's actually a quote from the movie. I will give you a hint. It's a quote from the movie, and I want the last part of the quote. If you can give me the last part of the quote, I want. If I see only a small portion of it, then I'll ask you to expand on it. And this is where you guys get a timer. You guys get a timer on this. I'm not going to give you guys all day to get 3 points here. It means hooker. Damn it. Tendies plus plus got it. Tendies plus plus for 3 points. He gave me the whole portion of it. I only wanted the last part of it, but Tendies plus plus got it. Tendies plus plus. I really didn't think anybody would get this. Damn you. Damn you, sir. Stop being in my head. The question was, finish this line, feel the rhythm, feel the ride, get on up, and then I was going to have you fill in the blank, and it's bobsled time. Cool runnings. That is the correct answer, and he put it all in there. He put in feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Wait. Yeah. Well, maybe it's rhyme. But I thought it was feel the ride, but maybe it is rhyme. Feel the rhyme. Get on up. It's bobsled time. Cool runnings. Yep, that's it. You got it. 3 points. Tendies plus plus. Damn you, getting in my head like that. Good job. Good job, sir. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alrighty. Yucca Frito's our winner for the day today with 6 points. Let me go through here and score everybody up here and get this logged in. Man, my wife just cooked something that smells really good. It smells like refried French fries. What is that, hon? What did you cook? She says she didn't cook anything. Huh? Oh, it's dog food. I must be hungry. I'm hungry. All right, Blake Balarkey with 1 point. First point of the week. Congratulations, Balarkey. I was on a question earlier today. Frank Lehman, congratulations on your first point for the week. Yucca Frida proving that nobody's out of the running until you're out of the running. Adding to his points. Yucca Frida coming from behind like he likes to. ABC. Let's see. We got ABC in here. ABC in here for 1 point. Jeffrey Graham. Jeffrey Graham with 1 point. And we got Tendies plus plus. First points of the week. Congratulations, both of you guys. on your first points of the week. Tendies plus plus. By the way, guys, Tendies only had Tendies as a name until he came in here and I told him he needed to have Tendies plus plus. I don't even remember why. I just told him he needed to add plus on there and the name would be even better. And he added it. He added it to his name and I love it. I think it's awesome. Tendies plus plus. It's funny. The best part about it is that every time I go someplace and I see him in another chat somewhere talking, I go, it just makes me happy to just see that other people have to read Tendies plus plus. It just makes me feel good inside. It's what I called Ape. Ah, now I remember now. Yeah, it's Tendies plus plus. Okay, so who's in third place? We have a tie. We have a tie for third place right now. Two individuals are tied. Arthur Martin with 3 points from yesterday, and Tendies plus plus with 3 points for today are tied in third place. Who'da thunk getting one answer right both put you guys in the running for third place for the week here. Yucca coming in second place with 7 points for the week. And Censored Content, our reigning champion and also the birthday boy, has 13 points for this week. So not bad. Not bad at all. Barry Electronics says I'm in last. Yeah, you're tied for fourth with like 18 other people. Flyfree says 10D++ is by far the best name I've seen on YouTube. He has to print all new business cards and letterheads. Let's see here. What do we got? We got AMC running here at the end of the day, guys. So they're trying to push this down to trip the SSR and never got to it. 643. In my book, if they can't trip SSR like this, it's kind of a win. I see it as a win for us. I don't like seeing them be able to create synthetic shares just whenever the hell they want to, just to create liquidity. So when they're struggling to create liquidity, I find that as a good thing. So, but Ape on the other hand, though, they're getting close. They're getting close down there. Yeah, it kind of does a little bit ABC. It relieves the current pressure, but at the same time, it kind of hurts them as well in the future because then they start printing synthetics. And when they start printing synthetics, then they end up having to own more shares in the future down the road. It's like kicking the can down the road, is essentially what it is. And so I don't like it when they kick that can down the road because usually the more time that they add, the more easy it is for them to find shares to be able to return. So I don't like seeing them being able to kick that can at all. Tendies++ says you make a grown man blush and want a liquor drink. Which? A liquor or a drink? Down the hatch. Tomorrow will be the last day for movie trivia on the movies that you guys selected. These are all movies you guys selected. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. Y'all aren't gonna vote this in another direction. I can already tell. So, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou will be the finishing movie for this time period of movies that you guys picked. Friday we can go through a new list and kind of get together and decide what new movies we want to have as the movies going forward. But tomorrow will be Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? We could kick Rounders. We can kick Rounders down to the next group of movies, but I don't know if I will. I might just ban Rounders since you guys voted it last. I might have my wife help me with movie trivia questions for Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Just to really kind of like screw with you guys a little. So that's actually, I know Hun, is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou in your top 10 list of movies of all time? She said it's not in her top 10, but she said I know she really enjoys that movie, so I know she would be able to help me on that. Glenn says song trivia, 7 notes. 7 notes keeps you out of copyright issues. We could do that. We could move to like movie trivia songs for the day. I've done that once before. Like what theme song is this? That was a little more difficult because usually the theme songs are like classical pieces. People don't realize that. Um, I probably would pass on that. Hey, Yucca, if whatever movies you want to guess or whatever movies you want to add to a list for the future, we just got to vote on it on Friday. So be here Friday and you can be a part of that. Janice says, I love Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I better get at least one. I'm hoping for 2 points. Then again, censored content will be here. And happy birthday to him. He's not here today, and I don't blame him. I can't, he's not. He doesn't want to. He's probably got fun stuff to do. He's got he's got cooler things to do right now. Let's see, where are we at here on Ape? 188. It's close, not quite. That is a great movie. Waterboy's a good movie. Tendies plus plus. I would pick that one. Glenn says today's market action sucked. I mean, it definitely wasn't great. The second singer looks like KC. Of what? I hope you're not talking Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's messed up, man. I love that the foosball. It's the devil's game. No, mama. And she showed me her boobies. Oh man, I love that. That movie's a pretty good movie. Waterboy's a good movie. The Home Free Group. I don't know who that is. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. I'm just kind of curious. Huh. Okay. I hope you're not thinking I look like the guy with the Oh, it's definitely the guy with the glass. I don't look anything like that guy. It was way bigger than I am. Way bigger than I'm not that big, guys. I'm not that big. Come on. I mean, I know I'm a little hefty right now, but that guy's got probably like a good 100 pounds on me, I think. Damn boy, he's fat. Listen to the song. Which which song is it? Type it in one more time for me. I'll add it to my list. I've got a couple different things going right now on a list that I've got to look up after the day's over. Man of Constant Sorrow. All right. I wrote it down. I should probably look up the acapella version. I'll look it up. Isn't that such a weird word? Acapella. I feel like there should be like a way easier word than that. Like no music. I don't understand like why it's such a weird word, acapella. I don't even. It feels very uncomfortable to say. AMC price equals constant sorrow. Well, Glenn, that's going to probably be how you feel about the song for the day today. Since it was censored content's birthday today, and he kind of wanted to have I'm kind of I'm a little upset that he didn't show up at least to just hear the song because he did ask for a very specific type of song. He asked for a tragically hip song, and so when I came up with one, I actually spent like an extra 20 minutes this morning trying to come up with the right song for this, and which is why I was starting out late, and I was like, oh, this is the perfect song for it, right? And so when I played today's song, and then he didn't show up, and I was like, damn it, like that's all right. He'll hear it later, I'm sure. He'll probably go back and re-listen to it. I don't know the answer to that question, Point Break. Because much like the points for my movie trivia, price doesn't matter, and add in whatever funny whose line is it anyway part to the end of that. That's that's right. Inflation is transitory. Where price doesn't matter. Welcome to AMC and APE, where price doesn't matter, or where price doesn't matter and inflation is transitory. Well, don't you worry, Rich. You've only got about like 10 minutes left here before you hear what it is. Is cornflation transitory? Hold on a second here. What is, oops, I misspelled what is cornflation? Core inflation. You put corn inflation. What the heck? Did your phone do that to you? Can see a lot of orders pushing through CHX on the order book. Hold on a second here, Buzzin'. Good to see you, by the way, Buzzin'. I feel like I haven't seen you in a hot minute, but it is good to see you. I'm going to look at it one more time here. CHX is at 2 million shares now, guys. 5.56 million or 5.56% of our total volume for the day has gone through CHX. That's 2 million shares. They are absolutely trying to deliver as many shares as they possibly can. Cornhole inflation is. It's a suppository, Pyroborn says. Yeah, I just figured that out, Yucca. Thank you. And can we continue? Can we continue a trivia live stream channel when this is all done? I've had so many people ask me to like continue to do something after this is all over, and I can't see it, man. It's not something. This is fun. It's fun, but it's also I view this as a job, and this is not the kind of job that I want to have for the rest of my life. I just don't. I can't. I mean, I'm having fun with you guys, but I just can't see doing this forever. There's so many other things that I want to do that, and I don't really like, as you can tell, I really don't like making my life, what I do on a daily basis public. I don't really post. Even Brian Carpenter doesn't even like the fact that I don't post more pictures of my food that I eat. And I'm not that kind of person. So probably not. Cornflation. I got it, Yucca Frida. It's not going anywhere. That's I think that should stick with me. Yeah, like a good corn kernel. It's good to hear, Buzzin'. It's just good to see the name. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Rich says, I have felt like that about my job for nearly 10 years and still not actually leaving. Yes, I'm going to take that. Pro Jeweler, are you going to take it with me? Because knowing the fact that I'm going to have a jeweler take, like a professional jeweler taking the class with me, that actually kind of sounds really cool. Because that's where real true creative art starts to happen, right? Like people that like have a passion for art and building and doing something with your hands. And I'm just I'll have ideas and I'll be like, hey, what if we did this? And then you'll be like, oh, that would be really cool. And then you'll make it, and I'll try to make the same thing, and then it'll look like terrible. It'll look terrible coming out of whatever it is that I'm making. But I'm sure, with the experience that you have with creating jewelry, you'll be artistic and it'll look awesome. But I'll just have fun just being a part of it. So if you want to take a glass blowing class with me, Pro Jeweler, I'm all down. Let's do it. Hun, you in for glass blowing? She's in. She's down too. She's going. She'll be there. After it's all over, we're doing a glass blowing class. But we have to make sure whatever it is that whatever, and it can't be jewelry because I know you can't really put glass jewelry on. But whatever it is that we end up building out of glass, it needs to be something that incorporates jewelry into it, though, right? Like something that, ooh, I just thought of something. I have an idea. I have a really good idea. It's going to look really good. I have a great idea. I'm not going to tell you what it is now. We'll wait till it actually happens, but I have a really good idea what we could do. I'm excited. Tendies Plus Plus says we're going to be floating in boats in the turquoise waters with stiff drinks in our hands, yelling out trivia. That sounds like fun too. All right. Oh, get out of here, Yucca. That's pottery. That's not even close to the same as glass. All right, guys, because you use your mouth for one and your hands for the other. All right, guys, it is that time of the day, of course, when everything starts getting fun and exciting, is when it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's one day past hump day, which means we only have 2 days left to go. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like to get out too, and go see a movie because after all, that is what we're here to support is AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same? a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.